Hey y'all. Thanks for being here if you're here. Oh my god. I have this bright, you can actually see me. What the fuck? Not the way we do things here. Fuck that. What? See my blemishes, my imperfections? Holy crap. Any which way. Gonna do something a bit different. Gonna have one-on-one. Our friend GSU Gambit. It'll be great. Or not. I don't know. Whatever. We'll see. Alright. Let's jump into it. Can you hear me? If you're talking, you are muted. You know?
No, maybe you're muted. Wasn't me.
Okay. Let me get you on screen.
Let me.
Let's see.
My camera was acting weird earlier. I wonder if I have to reset my PC. For some reason, my NVIDIA broadcast is acting weird. It makes me think one of my drivers actually updated. Let me restart. Give me 1 second. It won't take about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Now join back.
Okay.
Because you can't see me, right?
No, I can't see you. Maybe your camera's being taken by something else?
No, I don't know. I'm gonna restart and I'll be back. Give me like 30 seconds.
Well, all right, folks. We are going to wait for our friend Gambit to come back. I believe that will be in a second. Interesting. Sorry, I was just looking at this title of an article up of my I feel all kinds of ways about the Democrats right now. I have all kinds of thoughts about the Democrats and how they're behaving. I don't like it. I don't like what I'm and I mean more specifically, honestly, the Joe Biden. And that's why I went to talk to Gambit about here. But we can also talk about other things too. I'm not like set on that. But there was just this article today. If you were paying attention to the news, you know which one I'm talking about. If not, we'll discuss it. So you'll see what what got me. I like yelled out loud when I heard this news. But okay, calm, cool, collected, and we'll get through it. We'll get through it. Let me see. Okay, let me act. Oh, they changed things up. Let's see. Get things ready while waiting for our friend GSU Gambit. Glad she's coming back.
You okay? Yo, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't hear me now. Okay.
I can hear you. Yeah. Huh?
Oh, I thought you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. I just can't see you.
Oh no, yeah, hold on. My VPN is about to auto connect. I gotta wait until it does the disconnect, and then I'll jump on camera.
Yeah, I never have the VPN. I'm just gonna remembering to put my VPN on. I like, there's a symbol at the bottom of the, on the system tray. I always like glance at it before I do anything that I want to be behind a VPN for.
Why don't you have it auto connect as soon as you load up?
I find it annoying just because of exactly what you just did, right? Because it's got an auto connect, and then I don't want to be going through a VPN while I'm streaming. There's like, because
just disconnect when you're about to stream.
Yeah, but like I don't want to go through the bother of disconnecting because it takes a moment for me to disconnect. I don't want like an extra step there, right? Like, my VPN is on almost all the time. I hardly ever restart my computer. I don't restart my computer. I restart my computer every time I stream, because reasons. It's just best for me to do that.
Yeah.
And then I'll have to like do the thing with the VPN. But otherwise, my computer's on the entire time, and my VPN is on almost the entire time.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. My VPN is always on, and then
Yeah.
oh man, it's still happening. What is going on? Wait, is my camera actually physically up? Hold on.
Take your time. Take your
Sorry.
time, Willa.
This
And
is
audience, please bear with
not
us. Yeah, our friend Jishu Camp is brand new to streaming, so he's doing his best.
what is? No, it is plugged up. No, but today at work, randomly my camera just stopped. Okay.
Again, so we'll just waiting on that. And we'll be right. So right now, I tie this as 1-on-1. But if other, I guess, I mean, I guess this is an ABE, right? So I guess if other black people want to join,
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, should I restrict it? I don't know. Or make this more like a an open panel like we used to have.
Long as no more people that assume black people know nothing about business join. It's all good.
Yeah. They're working on it. Are you? Oh,
Okay, let's just do this.
There you go.
Okay.
All right.
Is something happening with? Wait, you can't hear me?
Oh no. Well, I mean, like you froze for a second, then your video caught up with you. But hold on, right now it's good. So I'll let you know if that happens again.
My microphone.
It happened again.
Yeah, no, NVIDIA broadcast is freezing. So let me just switch to my actual.
Oh, he's working on it, folks. Don't worry, he'll get this up and running. Doing things live is difficult, in case you didn't know, right? Live TV is always hard. So just give us a moment and we will get started.
Wait, I can hear you so perfectly.
Okay, I can hear you, and your sound is better now too. You switch over to a different mic.
So I cut NVIDIA broadcast out because something is going on with my NVIDIA broadcast.
Okay.
So now you're unfortunately going to hear background sounds and stuff that you usually never hear from me, but
Yeah,
it's all good.
It's reverberating a little bit, but that's fine. Yeah, we're in it. So, how are you?
Yeah, we're in it. I am doing great, man. I did a little 2 week. Did my audio just significantly change?
I mean, no, it's the same as. It's still like, you know.
Okay, cool. Yeah. But no, man, it's been good. I took like 2 weeks vacation from everything just to hang out and chill with the fam, and now I'm back into the grind of everything. So things have been relatively good, but extremely busy. How about for you?
I don't have a family, and I'm here, so I don't know, the regular. But yeah. But I'm glad
You can change that.
Not so easily.
I mean, all right. Easily you can change it. It might not be responsible, but you can change it.
I have the the option of marrying someone. Not the option.
You have you're saying this in current tense.
Oh, I said had. I said had.
Oh,
I mean,
had okay.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I could try
Well,
it now. But,
why did you get cold feet?
I know, no. I didn't get cold feet. Like, I'm
gonna move you to the middle, so I'm not looking to the side to see you.
Sure.
But don't go ahead.
I talked to this woman, and you know, we had considered it. The more I got to know her, the more I knew it would be a disaster, and so I didn't actually engage. We weren't actually engaged, but like she wanted to, really wanted to, and
so she wanted monogamy. You didn't want monogamy as well.
no, that's not what I'm saying at all. In fact, that's not what she was saying at all. No, she's not that type of woman at all. Actually, she's the opposite.
Okay.
So, so like I would have free reign. She wasn't trying to box me in at all. But
okay.
And that wasn't the problem. That part wasn't the problem. But like everything else, the woman, everything else. Oh my god, such a disaster. And I just
so she had bad sex. Okay.
No, she had great sex. No, it was fantastic. One of the best I've ever had. I'm telling you, she's like stupendous. Actually.
Okay, press 1 in the chat if you think Prime messed up.
I'm telling you,
there's a bunch of ones in the chat. There's like 13 ones in the chat already. Okay.
I can't really talk about too much with this woman, just for a list of reasons. And if I told you those reasons, right? If I told you those reasons, you would fully agree. You would fully agree. You would 100% agree.
I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Like, well, actually, you know, let me tell you a little bit, just like a little bit, all right? Like the PG stuff, right?
Okay.
You'd offer like nothing. Like nothing? Like nothing. Like in terms of like, hey, we are, you know, going to form a household, right? Like, what are you going to bring to the table? Well, she doesn't want to cook, right? She eats out all the time, right? Like every meal. Clean. I mean, I've seen her apartment. I mean, it's fine. She has so little furniture. She actually doesn't have a lot of stuff, actually. So it's hard to tell if anything ever actually gets dirty because there's like almost nothing there. There was the bed, there was a couch, and that's it. She never even had a desk, so I didn't see any flat surface that could be dirty. So I don't know. Well, actually, that's a question mark, right? But she is okay. She also wasn't. She's the type of woman who I dated millionaires before. Right, like legit millionaires, and she liked that lifestyle, right? And she has expensive taste, extremely expensive taste. Like she won't.
Yes.
Like she likes to go to hotels, right? She travels around a lot. And she likes like really expensive like hotels. So when she lives in a different city from me, right? So when she came to my city, I'm like, because my spot's no good. So I'm like, hey, I'll get you a hotel room, right? It's no problem. It's gonna be like a 3-star hotel.
Ritz-Carlton.
Yeah. But no.
So yo, I'm at the W. Where you at?
The W. No, actually the W. That's her favorite. No, that's her favorite.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, in case you don't know what the W is, that's because you're too poor to know. Like it's an expensive, it's a nice looking hotel, right? It's an expensive fucking place. And she's like, I get itchy. Like I get itchy when I'm in like low like economy like spaces, right? Like the sheets, they itch me. Like she's just bothered by it. And so she spends a lot of money. She doesn't make a lot of money, right? She's on her own now. Like she liked that lifestyle of the rich people, but they controlled her, and she doesn't want to be controlled, right? and she pushes back on
Gotcha.
anything
Yeah.
that even sniffs of control. Now, I'm not a controlling person. I think you probably might know that about me, right? Like, I don't
Yeah.
come off as a
Yeah.
person who's like, I have to like micromanage someone else.
Yeah.
And I had no interest in trying to control her, but anything that even smacks of that, right? Like this much, right? Like, hey, I just like, because we're away from each other a lot of the time. We'd move in if we were married, but like we're away from each other a lot of the time. So like, hey, just like tell me what's up, right? Like I'll hit you up, we'll talk back, share each other's days, right? Doesn't want that. That seems like too much. It's too much, right? Because now it feels like you're keeping track of me. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Oh my god. I swear I'm not making this up. But like, if you hear about, it's a little bit understandable considering like the type of guy she had dated, right? Like again, like one guy she dated, he was like, he had oil money, right? He had oil money. He had big money,
Okay. Gotcha.
right?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, and she had dated this other guy. She actually dated a guy who was in IT before I had met her. And he was nice. He loved her. He wanted to marry her, but like he was more traditional, and she's not a traditional woman at all, as you can see, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yes, 100%.
But he was in love with her. He was actually in love with her, right? He was trying his best, but then it just wasn't gonna work out. I was like, sorry, buddy, it's not gonna work out. Yeah, and so like, I didn't know all this when I first met her. She told me she was difficult. Said I am a very difficult person.
Oh, you should have ran away there. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The key.
I don't know. She was hot, and the sex was amazing.
Yeah. Imagine you're interviewing me for a job, and I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of a terrible worker, but I have all of these good qualities. You're like, all right, that's how you introduce yourself. Okay, well, if that's what you think, then I definitely agree.
Wild. It's wild. Here's another thing.
That's almost
right.
Yo, that's a gaslight setup, dude. Be aware. I told you I was terrible at the beginning of this. Like now you're trying to act like that. Yo, you gotta be prepared, man.
In fact, I think you owe me an engagement now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you wanted to move forward. I told you I was terrible. Yeah. So yeah. She was setting you up for sure.
No, it gets even worse. This woman, right? And I believe her. Like this, what I'm going to tell you, it's going to sound like this was just for me, right? That she was lying to me. But like after hearing from her and like watching her for years, I know it's not, right? Even after like we like stopped seeing each other, right? She does not like sleeping in the same bed with anyone else. She likes to be alone. I
can get that.
No, but it's even more than that, right? So yes, some people like their own space, right? But she would prefer to have her own apartment. Like she doesn't want to be.
Okay.
She really doesn't want to live with anyone. Like she's like such a light sleeper, like an extremely light sleeper, right? Just like anything. Like she was telling me that she lived in a mansion with that oil guy, right? And like just knowing that he was in the house, like the mansion, like far away from her, like bothered her when she was trying to sleep, right? It was harder for her to get to sleep. Yeah. And so
no, she's got problems, bro. This isn't like personality traits. These are like mental disorders.
And Gambit, friend, there's so much more I'm not telling you. There's so much more I'm not even telling you.
Yeah.
This is like the tip of the iceberg. This is the PG parts of her, right? So, all right. I guess I'll leave it there, right? But like, I tried. I was like, all right, let's see if you have anything else. She's attractive, right? She's an attractive individual. And the sex is good. And she's fine with like an open relationship, right? Which I was
well, because she's crazy. That's how a lot of crazy girls are, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only reason they would have like options because they're like great sexually. That's how that works out.
That's how that works. But I decided this is gonna be she got annoyed with me. Here's another thing I can say, right? She like hated the things that I was into, right? You know, like I'm into anime and video games. She's like, that's just childish, right? Like, why are you into that, right?
Yeah.
And she like was looking down on me for that. I'm like, no, man, I don't stop you from spending your own money, which you barely have, right? Just on your hotels that you say, but like, just let me have my thing. But she didn't like it, right? She just like looked down on the whole thing. She really she had a very specific idea of the type of person that she wanted. She's trying to fit me into that mold. And I'm like, I'm sorry, lady. Oh, man.
Yeah.
If I have more money, then I should be a lot more interested now, but I don't have money.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The whole like I need my own apartment thing is kind of
wild. Right?
Kind of weird.
It's wild. Yeah, she would put up with I mean, she had boyfriends, right? And they did sleep with her in the same bed, but she would just prefer not to. Like if she has a choice, she'd actually prefer not to. So like,
that's
like, what am I getting here? Like, I'm not like desperate for sex. Like, I'm not like, like she thought that like that's what she could.
They did just ban Pornhub though, so just be be careful. No,
I got my sources. Yeah. But yeah, sorry, what was the last thing I said? I was in desperate. Yeah, I was in desperate for.
Yeah.
Like, she thought that that's something she could hold over me, right? Like, hey, I'll provide you with like really great, and she knows she's good. She's like, she's aware, right? She's like, yeah, I'll provide you with that. Like, that's what I'll bring to the table. Fun, thank you, appreciated, but not enough. Like to tie myself financially, legally to you, like for however long.
Legally is the
thank you.
Key one.
Yeah. I still talk to her. We actually, we like DM each other every so often, and I keep up with like what happens in her life. Like, but this is every few weeks / a month or two, because of course I wouldn't be trying to be accused of controlling her, right? So yeah, so that's what I was talking about.
Okay, no, makes sense.
So you said you've dealt with crazy women before. Is there anything you could share with us? If not, it's okay. Don't worry if you can't. I won't push you on it.
Let me think. I'm trying to think of. It's not just what can I share. It's also my current situation. I don't know what she might want to hear.
Yeah,
but yeah. So I just skip that. I'll skip that. Yeah, that could lead to troubles. That could lead to extreme troubles.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So we can talk about anything in particular. What I wanted to start it off with is the Democrats and Biden's nonsense in particular. So I'm not sure if you saw this in the news, but like a bombshell report dropped from the Wall Street Journal today. I believe it was 50 sources, anonymous sources, within the administration, right? That talked about like the lengths that they went through to hide Biden's mental decline, right? From the start of his administration, from before his administration, they knew, and they were just like letting all out. This is like a tell-all. We just admit it. The thing that we gaslit you for 4 years, for more than 4 years, right? Since the election, remember, right? Because he was in mental decline during the debates, right? Like the original debates, not this year. I mean, like in 2019, 2020, sorry, 2020, yeah. In that area. They knew. Bombshell report drops. Yeah, this is all the things that we did, right? They gave him, like, notes, right? For him to manage like being on stage. He couldn't like understand, like there's like like simple stage directions, like hey, you get on the dais here, right? You sit there and you come off here, right? Like very simple things, and things that would be obvious for like most people, just like examining the area, right? Not complicated, like you got to be in showbiz stuff, right? No, just like this is what you do, right? They gave him notes for that. They gave him notes of pictures, so we can understand like what was going on.
Wow.
They would feed him lines, right? Like, okay, Biden, here's what you got to do, right, sir, Mr. President, okay? Say this and this and this, right? These are just a short talking points. We're gonna do a few talking points, drop them in front of the press, be out, right? He couldn't remember those lines.
Wow.
Like, it's wild. It's wild. It's it's disgusting. This is what they had. I can't, unfortunately, the Wall Street Journal was behind a paywall, so I can't read the whole thing.
Yeah, I was just looking at it, and then exactly.
But like, I've been trying to piece together. It's apparently a long article, but I've been trying to piece together from other articles. So the other articles are summing it up, right? But they don't have all the details. So I've been looking at other articles and trying to piece it together. But yeah, it's crazy. He had a team of advisors around him, right, that were taking roles that other people were like, shouldn't the president be doing this? Because he was incapable. He was incapable.
Wow.
When there was, you're talking about the Afghanistan pullout, right? And what a mess that was. There was a national security official, right? I don't know where he ranked, but a national security official who was like, he was listening to what was happening in the press, right? And like the expectations that were being set, he was like, oh no, these expectations are way too high, right? No, we're gonna have trouble. We're gonna have big trouble when we try to pull out, right? He's like, I want to get to the talk to the president, and he's a guy who, I guess he's talked to the president before or something, right? But like, it's like a normal thing for him to do such a thing. I want to talk to the president, and like inform him of these things, because like, guess no one else is, right? And he couldn't do that, and then it was a disaster. And afterwards, Anthony Blinken, like, he said something in the press about this, like about how they fumbled the ball, and then Anthony Blinken, our state Secretary of State, called him and berated him. How dare you criticize the administration? How dare you do that? Right? Like, they formed a circle around. Oh, they also like, were, you know, like, unless you're Donald Trump, who spends all his time watching cable news, right? Most individuals, like presidents, don't see all the press. You know, don't have time to look at all the press they have. They had a team, right, who was giving him press, but they were instructed to ignore negative press, right? Like, don't give him negative opinions of himself.
Wow.
Yeah. Hold on. But that's exactly that is what they criticize Donald Trump for doing, right? In his first term, he watched a lot of cable news, but also he wanted press clippings. Right? He had like literally quote them out of the newspaper, right? And they would ignore the negative ones, right? And Democrats like made fun of that, right? Like, how could you, right? They did the exact same thing for Biden. Exact same thing.
Yeah.
This is wild. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think you might remember this. It was one of our ABEs. This is before Joe dropped out. We were talking about the election, and I made the comment that if the election was going to be between Trump and Joe Biden, obviously I wasn't a fan of either of them, as everybody knows. So I wouldn't have voted for either of them, regardless of what was happening. But I said, if one of them was to be president, it would be better if it was Trump, solely because we would know at least this person is responsible for what happens. My biggest thing about Biden that has been, I won't say frustrating, but I don't know the word to use right now. But my biggest thing has been who's in charge, because decisions are going to be made. And my belief, and this is where it gets conspiratorial, but my belief has always been there are people that want someone like Joe Biden to be in power so they can just pass some sheets of paper and he can sign it, and the president did it, but they're like leading the direction somewhere. And I think our country should never want to be in that state where we don't understand the powers that be. So I was always against, once he was clearly like, you know, brain dead, but I shouldn't say brain dead, but once he was clearly losing it, even going into the 2020 election, I was telling people this is insane.
Yeah. No, we saw it. Right? Other people saw this, and then you have propaganda.
And it was hiding him out in that house.
Yeah, they hit him in the basement. Remember? Yeah, that was he was in the basement the entire time. Right? This was all part of the game. Like, this was a racket, right? Like an organization, a racket, like done to protect the power of establishment Democrats who want it back in. Right, like Joe Biden is going to be the name brand we use to get back in, and he's drooling. We can see him; he's gone, mentally, like incapable of this. But that's even better because now we don't have to worry about his permission. We'll just do it ourselves, right? And then this piece of shit, Jill Biden. Oh my God, this Jill Biden. I'm not sure if he was mentioned in the article. Actually, she was for one specific reason. She was mentioned because she during this election, right? That was just at least I think it was this election. I'm not sure which one. But I think it's the 2024 election. When he was still running, she had a energetic campaign schedule, right? She was like, being a surrogate, like they do. And a staffer of either a staffer of hers or a staffer of his, I'm not sure. Went to the press and bragged about it. It's like, she's like crushing. She's like, she's doing more than Joe or something like that, right? Along those lines, right? Well, he got a call afterward, right? He made this comment to the press. He got a call. He's like, no, you got to call them back. You got to hit them up, right? You can't give the impression.
You being Joe Biden?
No, the staffer who made this comment to the press.
Oh,
right?
no
problem. The staffer got a call from someone higher up within the campaign, right? And it's like, you can't make these comments, right? Comments that imply that Joe Biden is low energy, right? That anyone is more energetic than him. So we have to call back and downplay that statement. I didn't mean to say that Joe Biden isn't crushing himself. I mean, he is. He's incredible. You see him, right? He's perfect. That's what they were doing. It's what Jill Biden. So let me spill my venom for this woman, right? She fucking knew, right? She's the closest one. She knew,
she had to know. Yeah.
She knew the most. Her and her piece of shit Biden fucking family. Her and them, they encouraged him to run the first time, right? And they were encouraging him to stay in the entire time. Jill Biden, and there were reports about this, that she was taking over the presidency. She was doing an Eleanor Roosevelt, right? She was just taking over the presidency because he was incapable of doing so. And she really liked the protecting her power. And then when it was threatened by the world calling him an incompetent fool, right? Like a senile kook. She got awfully indignant. How dare you? How dare you imply that, right? Because that threatened her power. That threatened the privilege of Hunter Biden, certainly, right? Hunter was there, in his the Biden family retreat where they were discussing all these things. Well, Hunter was encouraging him. Well, you gotta stay in. Well, of course you're gonna stay in, right? And other members
Hunter just wanted a little party, man. He ain't want much, man. He just needed a little party, that's all. I remember when Jill Biden was and a lot of people tried to downplay it, and I think the media did overplay it, but I think it was justified. After the debate, when she was basically congratulating him for making it off stage and answering questions and he barely answered questions.
Oh yeah,
I can't remember exactly. I can't remember exactly what she said when she was giving her little speech. But you could tell I would never congratulate you. You might congratulate me now as a joke for saying, "Oh, you got your camera to work," right? But because of the issues that happen, but you never genuinely do that, right?
Yeah.
So if you genuinely Gambit, yo, you connected a microphone and you got your camera. Yay! Obviously something is wrong, right? Obviously I don't know about technology. So for her to congratulate him for some of the most basic human tasks, let me know that she understands at a deeper level that he's incompetent.
Yeah. And remember, this wasn't even the first time the Democrats have done this within this presidency, right? There was now I'm forgetting her name for a second.
Yes,
Senator from California.
Yeah. The one that they were like, hey, she started trying to explain the bill. They're like, no, just vote yes. No, like they're telling you to vote right now. Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah. It was her, Mitch McConnell, going dead in the middle of a thing.
Feinstein.
Yes.
Senator Feinstein.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. But yeah, she was supposed to be voting, and her aide had to tell her, "Hey, no, just say yes right now." Like, yeah.
Because she would, we saw this video of her, like, you know, like talking, right, like making a statement and then stopping and then going back and repeating that statement because she doesn't remember that she did it before, right? Like she had. So there was. Okay, so I'm gonna get to that in a second, right? Because it was a big thing. Let me write this down. Because this is important. But she had gone to like Chuck Schumer, who had known, because it was an open secret. This was an open secret in Congress for a while. They knew, they saw her, right? They were friends, they were colleagues, they worked with her, they saw this happen all the time, right? And they had a team of her staffers protected her, because if she goes, the staffers are directly connected to her, to the candidate, right? When they go, you go, right? You lost your job, you lost your gig, right? A team of staffers protecting their power, not looking out for California, not looking out for the country, right? They like puppeteered her for the longest amount of time. And so they knew. Nancy Pelosi knew, right? And Nancy Pelosi, at the very end, right? This woman is falling. She was literally in a wheelchair. She couldn't, like, she was barely mobile, like she barely talk. You know, she's dead now, right? But she had her daughter. Nancy Pelosi sent her daughter to take care of her, right? To keep her around. They needed her. They wanted her around for like votes, and they didn't want.
I can still hear you.
Sure, no problem.
I'll be back on camera in just a second.
Sure. They didn't want because they were concerned about getting a progressive being put into Congress to the Senate seat, right? Barbara, what's her name? Barbara. She's a congresswoman. Barbara. I can't remember.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm blanking. I can search for it. But hold on. I'm just gonna search for it 1 second. Congress. Man.
Debate queen said the Democrats have become a bunch of geriatric fucks. Yes.
Barbara Lee, that's her name. Who fantastic. She's like amazing. I love her, Barbara Lee, right? And definitely more progressive. Not even like a firebrand, but just like slightly more progressive. Nancy Pelosi couldn't have that. She couldn't have it, right? And so she got her daughter to go like take care of this woman. By that I mean make sure that she still shows up to Congress, right? Like there was reports way back then, at a time that like this counted as abuse, like from like concerns from her family, Weinstein's family, about like what was happening there. Like it was wild. It was wild, right? And they kept puppeteering them just to make sure. To screw them over. Now, why does this matter? This is the thing I was gonna say before, right? There's a theory. There's a theory about Dianne Feinstein. So, you remember the Kavanaugh hearings, right? Right? The for the Supreme Court justice. There was that woman who accused him.
Tara Reid, I think.
No, not Tara. Tara Reid accused Biden. You're thinking of the Biden accuser. I forget the one.
She accused Biden? Really? I thought she was.
That was Tara Reid.
Right. It's so many fake things that come out. So
yeah, that was a Biden.
Unfortunately.
But whoever that one was, she had sent. Biden. Yeah, she had sent a note, like a letter, to the Senate Judiciary
Deborah
Committee.
Ramirez.
Yeah, okay. She had sent it to the Judiciary Committee, and I guess to Dianne Feinstein, because she was the ranking member, right? But like that never made it out, right? Like this note was there, and it had been there for, I don't know, weeks or months. I forget how long this was, right? And it never made it out. There's a theory that Dianne Feinstein forgot about it. Like a note about Kavanaugh, a warning about Kavanaugh, right? With all like with her testimony. But you think Dianne Feinstein might have just literally forgotten about it,
Yeah.
Just like it's amazing.
Yeah.
Right? These things matter. She's the head of a very powerful, very important committee, right? And then and they just allow this to happen. Chuck Schumer, who was the the Democratic majority leader at the time, right? Like he eventually, when this got too embarrassing, by too embarrassing I mean like the public found out because we saw on camera, right? Just like we saw with Joe Biden, what that looked like. Now it became untenable. They were happy to puppeteer her previously. It's fine, right? There were rumors about it, but whatever, right?
Yeah.
And the press was happy to lie about it and not like report about this. What? Okay, right? But he goes to fire her, but not fire her. He can't fire her, but to tell her you got to go, right? Like it's time, right? He has his heart to heart with her. She agrees, like okay, right? Yeah, all right, I understand. And then later on, he sees her again. She doesn't.
And she didn't remember the conversation.
He has to tell her again. He has to have the same conversation with her again.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Wild.
So, all right. I think ageism is a problem sometimes in this country, especially being a person in technology. There's a very specific scenario where one of the first jobs I worked at, there was a guy who I knew was capable, but there were superiors in parts of the company that was pressuring him because he was old, I think. He was an older guy. He had sold in real estate. I love him like to death. Still would talk to him like a brother if I saw him today. And he was very, very capable. But I feel like sometimes they put pressure on him because he was old. I can't remember if he ended up getting let go due to performance or if he just left the company. I can't remember really how he left right now. But so I know ageism is a problem because I could see how they treated him, where it was like, all right, I know this guy is old, but I feel like he's good enough to do this job, but like that was pressure. Okay, but so when it comes to like, these positions that we're talking about, I feel like the electorate should always speak. And if the electorate is voting for a person, that person should have the opportunity to serve. But the electorate can also be misled, like with these situations, or Mitch McConnell or whoever. Would you support ageist policies that would stop these things from happening, or at least some mechanism to ensure mental capacity if that was to be questioned? And I don't know what the policy elegantly looks like, but would you support anything in that arena, I guess is what I'm asking.
Sure. And I push back, not against you, but just like this idea that the policies you're like implying would be ageist to begin with, because right, like so, like for instance, a maximum age, right? After this you can't serve. I push back on that's ageist. I mean, if it's ageist in a way that we have minimum ages.
It's actually about 35. Right? Like,
yeah, for president, 35, right? Like, but there's younger people obviously can do the job of president.
None of our founding fathers were 35. I don't think everybody was 18 and 21 and 22 and 23. So yeah,
I don't know how old they were. I actually don't know how old they were at the time.
I think was it?
I thought they were later on, but they were that.
Maybe I'm wrong about this.
I feel like they were.
How watched he became president? 57? What? Yeah. No, dude, I heard these people were young. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking about something different. Really?
Yeah, they were older.
57? Why am I remembering just a complete lie? It must be some context that I'm not understanding that's different.
It's fine. Yeah.
This is crazy. All right. Anyway, so it definitely wasn't that. It was something though where like people were like 21 and way younger than what we thought they were. I can't remember the context, but I'm probably thinking it was presidents, but it was something else like war generals or something. I can't remember. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. But so yeah, I don't think it's necessarily ageist, right? We can say that people have certain capacities, right, at certain ages. And if you say that, hey, you have to wait to a certain age to be mature enough, right, for your brain to form enough before you can either make a decision or be in a position of power, then we can understand that bodies break down, right? Unfortunately, it's going to happen to all of us, and to different extents, of course. And maybe at past this age, you can't serve, right? Like I think I don't know if it's the best idea, right? Like I'm still a little like. I'm reluctant about signing on to that, but not completely, right? Like, but I don't think it's unfair. I don't think it's an unfair thing. But also, right, like you could also look at it a different way, that this is just a way to cycle people out, right? That a gerontocracy, which is what we have now, it's just bad for any nation, right? The thing that the people will throw at me is like Bernie Sanders. They'll throw Bernie Sanders at me all day, and Elizabeth Warren, I guess. But like those are the exceptions, right? Like these people are like spry, and like on the ball, right? We can't expect that for everyone. And there's like I get precious few advantages from having Bernie there, right? Rather than having the Congress cycle over more churn, or newer voices can get in, right? I actually have a much better chance of like just like even thinking as a casino, right? Like just like pulling the lever and seeing what comes up next, right? I'd actually rather get more chances at it than hope for a few people to sit in Congress for a long time, build up power, right? Fair enough, right? But for forever, for decades, and to build maybe hope for them to do change. Mostly. Yeah, but this actually benefits the status quo, right? It benefits the status quo, the establishment. It's very difficult to shake the establishment. We've entrenched ourselves, right, through various means, into our seats. And it's very hard to get us out, right? And if there's no maximum age, it's just like we can die. We will die on our seats. And then we have the perfect example of this, like coming to this week with the AOC situation, right? Did you follow that? No, yeah. So no problem. AOC, she has been on the, hopefully I'm remembering this correctly, I believe she's on the oversight committee. Right, it's a very powerful position, because like you can basically like launch investigations, right? Like
subpoenas,
you can drag banks in front of you, right, and say like, well, the oversight committee wants to talk to you, and it's very useful, especially for setting the agenda of a party, right? Saying this is what we're about. This is the people we're going to be investigating and all that stuff. It's very good. And she's been great on it, right? She's actually been great. I have some gripes about AOC, but she has done a fantastic job. She comes in there like hot, prepared, right? And like, it's a clip generator, right? Where you got this powerful person in front of you, and then you lay into them, right? Yeah. The Republicans do it, Democrats do it. And this is also the committee where Jasmine Crockett is. You know Jasmine Crockett, right?
I've definitely heard the name. I can't put a face with it right now.
It's a Texas baddie.
That's why I heard the name. Yeah, exactly. I knew that. I knew that name was familiar. Yes,
the one who read Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? The bad.
Yes. We was talking. That's what. We was talking about her deals. Yeah.
Jasmine Crockett. She was amazing. Like multiple videos. Oh boy. But she's on that committee with AOC. But she's like a brand new. She's like just got into office like a little while. Like I think in this last cycle.
I've never heard of her before 2020 at least.
But she's another superstar. Yeah. She's a superstar, right? Like her ability to speak, get across her points, to like grab the audience, right? And she's just witty, right? She's like quick on her feet. She's a superstar, that woman, right? Like she can go far. I just wish she wasn't in Texas, because now she can't become a senator because she's a black woman. Not gonna happen. It's just the way it is, right? She needs to. It's not gonna happen.
Well, all of the California refugees are going there, so who knows?
Okay. Well, anyway,
still to be seen.
So back to AOC. Sorry, I'm dragging this out. AOC, great on that panel. Jamie Raskin, right? Who's actually another pretty good Democrat, right? He's pretty progressive, right? Not the most progressive, but actually he's a good guy. I like him. He was ahead of that, and now he left because he went to go to, I think, the Judiciary Committee or something else, right? And a spot open in a better seat, so he moved out, right? He was a homie, right? He saw AOC. He saw that she's a superstar, right? Like we understand that this woman has something, right? That she
She definitely has some.
I'm not
I'm
trying.
joking. I'm joking.
I got, yeah. But she's got that spark, right? And he basically tried to mentor her. He created basically like a vice chair seat for her, right? This position that never existed before, right? And he gave her responsibilities on it, right? Just like to raise her profile, because he gets that this is like the future of the party. So he leaves a seat, and he wants her to come in, and she does. She runs for that seat, right? And she's not going to be the head of the judiciary committee, because the Democrats have lost not judiciary oversight, but they lost majority, right? So she's gonna be the in the ranking member, the ranking seat or whatever, right? The highest position. And so she runs for it, and like another person runs as well, right? The guy named Jerry Connolly. Jerry Connolly is, I believe, 76. Jerry Connolly is fighting off, unfortunately, sadly, esophageal cancer. Right? He's battling esophageal cancer, which apparently has extremely high mortality rate. Right?
Yeah.
And what did Nancy Pelosi do when she saw this? She said, "Fuck that." Right? She kneecapped AOC. Right? She said, like, AOC ain't making it there. You know, I'm gonna run. I'm gonna campaign against her. Right? I'm gonna whip against her. And she was hitting the phones. Now, Nancy Pelosi, right, in her 70s or 80s, I forget how old, right? Right now, she is in the hospital. She's in the hospital right now because she fell down the stairs or some shit, right? She had some sort of accident. No, wait,
hold on. Because people go, wait. I gotta explain this. I don't want people to hear that you said that and I laugh and they're like, yo, he's laughing. I'm laughing at the situation that she's trying to stop young burgeoning star from rising, and she's doing it from the hospital.
From the hospital bed.
Yeah. The irony is why I'm laughing.
It's amazing. It's crazy. And she stepped in and she crushed her. There was a vote and it was like 180 to like 84 or something like that, right? Like she crushed her. This superstar, obviously the future of the Democratic Party, obviously, but they don't want it because she's a progressive. She's a progressive and she's not like an establishment, doesn't do exactly what they say. And so the gerontocracy struck back, right? And said, like, not as long as I live, we won't give up power. Remember, Nancy Pelosi, there's another thing. Nancy Pelosi isn't the House majority leader, right? Or the minority leader, minority leader. She's not the Speaker of the House, obviously. No, because do they still have the House? No, they don't have the House. Sorry. I'm like getting things mixed up in my head. But yeah, the Democrats.
Yeah, they lost everything. They lost it all.
But I mean,
governor's house, Senate, president, none of it.
Yeah. But I mean, like in this current session, right? That hasn't ended yet. They still Republicans are in charge of the House. Yeah. But she's not even the minority leader anymore, right? She gave that up to I forget what's his face, the black guy, tall, handsome, like really handsome black guy actually, light skinned dude, but I'm blanking on his name right now. He
Jeffries, right? Yeah.
Jeffries, Speaker Jeffries,
Jeffries,
but leader Hakeem Jeffries, leader. So this was her pick. This is Nancy Pelosi's, like, Gambit, I need you to wrap your head around this. This was Nancy Pelosi's pick, right? To take over after her. And she got him, Hakeem Jeffries, right? He wasn't my pick. I didn't want him, right? I think he's an establishment shill, right? But he's in charge. He's the guy. She stepped down. He's the guy. Doesn't matter. She's been like running the show the entire time. She's been running the show.
Oh, really?
And so like from what I've heard, and I'm not sure about this part. I need to look into it. What I've heard is that Hakeem Jeffries was fine with AOC. Like, okay, sure, whatever, right? But Nancy Pelosi says no. And so Nancy Pelosi, she hasn't let go of power.
So he voted against it, even though he was for it?
Well, it's a secret vote. There's a secret ballot vote for those seats. So we actually don't know who voted, right? But you have to pry the power out of her cold dead hands. You won't. Apparently, there's a tradition I was told there was by someone knowledgeable that there's like a tradition that like when a speaker is done, they resign, right? Like they resign from Congress, I believe. Like Speaker Boehner for the Republicans, John Boehner, who his last name looked like Boner, if you remember. But yeah, he resigned as soon as he was done, right? Like and the last one,
yeah, because it's like who wants to go back to being regular after you led, right?
Exactly. Kevin McCarthy resigned after he was done. Nancy Pelosi, no, you like out of her cold dead fingers will you have to practice power hour. And she saw the future of the party, and she said, never, not while I breathe. This is the gerontocracy we're facing in the Democratic Party. Unbelievable.
Yeah. No, it's wild, and it's crazy that like if these reports don't come out, there's still people that are going to say Biden was just fine. They're shrinking in number now, but they were still out there and saying, no, you're just really a Donald Trump supporter in hiding, and you're just repeating these talking points you see on the internet. And I'm like, bro, we watched him. We've seen him. Like we saw them put him in the basement. But you know what the craziest thing was? I was on YouTube yesterday or the day before yesterday. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you saw the press conference where Trump was talking about the drones, because that's why it was like put everywhere, because he was talking about the drones in was it New Jersey?
New Jersey, yeah.
Yeah. So, but that press conference, if you look at the whole video, because they recommended the whole video for me, which I think was about 35 minutes or something. But Trump was taking questions from the press, and one of those questions was about the drones stuff. But what was interesting to me was I looked at the comments afterwards, and it was like, hey, when is the last time y'all saw Joe Biden do a press conference like this? And I was like, you know what? I don't know. And now it could be that the media, like it just hasn't been recommended to me on YouTube, but I can't recall the last time he did like a 40-minute open press. Yeah. Just ask me questions for 40 minutes and I'll answer like off the cuff. Like, I don't know when the last time I saw that.
So there was a count that was done. There was a count. So like, Joe Biden, sorry, not Joe Biden, Donald Trump was criticized because he wasn't doing those talks, remember? Right? He like shut down like almost like the White House press room altogether, right? That's like a big thing. He kind of shut that down almost completely. But like him specifically coming out and talking to the press, right? He wouldn't do those formal talks. He instead like he would do they called it chopper talk, right? Where do you remember this? No, you definitely saw this, right? During his first term, he would like when he was like about to go on it's not called Air Force One, the helicopter one. It's whatever that Marine One, I think. Yeah, when he was about to go on Marine One, and you hear a chopper in the background, right, very loud, he would like yell to the press, like the press would yell questions at him. He would do it all the time.
We had some topics about that.
Yeah. That was chopper talk. He would do that all the time, right? But he wouldn't do the formal press briefings, right? He did that rarely, and I don't have the exact numbers on me. We can look it up though. The exact numbers on it. I think it's like he did like 17 or something, right? And like, but Obama before him did more than that, right? So not like a whole bunch, but like he did more than that. Joe Biden, I believe, and again I could be wrong because I don't have the numbers in front of me. I believe it's 9.
Wow,
9.
It's crazy, yeah.
Again, I don't have the numbers in front of me, so if I get it wrong, but I know it's less than Trump. So if I get it wrong, I apologize. But like, I believe that's what I heard. But like, it's. This dude, like but his team kept him away, right? Another thing that was in the article, right? They said like, okay, they sent a memo out to like senior officials and whatever, right? Hey, if you got to talk to Biden, right, got to be short and sweet, get to the point, right? No dilly dallying, because he can't focus for very long. He can't, right? And they don't want him to see it, so like they're like basically setting a time limit, right? Like, hey, like 10 minutes, like get to the point, knock it out. Then get out of here, because any longer and he's gonna start drooling. What the fuck?
You saw him fall asleep, which I didn't. So in the context of somebody just falling asleep, I wouldn't have felt different about it. But with him, it's like, and he has all these other things. It's like obviously something is going on. But yeah,
Trump
that
also
was
falls asleep
hilarious.
too. Yeah. Trump also
Yeah,
does
that
that.
was
Just put that
hilarious.
out there. Yeah. But it doesn't help. It doesn't help, right? Yeah. I actually,
Exactly.
I like if I knew I had a hardworking president doing his thing, right? Like I wouldn't, you know, even as a
Exactly.
Republican, I'm not gonna, fault them, but it's a hard job, right? But this dude, right?
The thing that I think about is so with the Ukraine war happening,
Mhm.
one of the things that I've liked is they have this. I don't know how young Zelensky is, but they have this like. I don't know if you remember like the beginning of the war where he was like coming out every day speaking, and he's
Yeah. Mhm.
really telling the people like, I believe in you, and the Ukrainian power will succeed, and like we're gonna get past this. But it was like I think like every day for like some period of time where he was like addressing his nation.
Yeah.
I can't imagine us being in a crazy situation and Joe Biden coming out every day to bring like that whatever that is to the American people. Like it's not happening. Like
He'd speak for 15 minutes and then he'd be winded for 2 weeks.
exactly. Yeah.
But I still have things to say about this, right? Because we had propagandists all around, right? Defending the liberal establishment. Right? We saw it on TV, but we also had streamers. We had streamers like Destiny, like fucking Destiny, right? Who tried to gaslight. He was working for this establishment. What
He did try to gaslight us.
Gaslight everyone. Say, well, of course not. It's crazy to think that he is mental decline, right? Crazy to think. I remember talking to him.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's insane. Why would you say that,
Yeah.
Prime? Why are you so stupid saying that, Prime?
He did do this.
Yeah, he did,
Yeah.
right? I was on a panel with him, right? This was months ago. This is maybe earlier this year or maybe just at the end of last year. I forget. Where this is during the primary season. And, we were talking, my side, right, was saying, because I was a participant. My side was saying that we should have a primary. Like, that would be a good idea. Like my argument was like not just for Joe Biden, right? Like for in general, like all incumbent presidents,
all
should face a
incumbents,
primary.
yeah,
everyone,
Yeah.
right? If you're still good enough, right, then you should win. It should be no problem. It'd be cakewalk, right? If the public wants you, but like, Destiny, right? Like was so indignant. How dare you? How dare you challenge him?
Yeah.
Right? Like
I remember
you
that.
just sabotage Prime, so stupid. You're sabotaging everything. We're gonna lose if we do this, right? Until of course
I think that might have not been a panel. That might have been when y'all had that one-on-one conversation. It might have been a panel. I can't
it was
remember.
a panel. I remember because IRI was there too. I remember that. IRI
Oh,
was like,
yeah,
what's
yeah,
wrong?
yeah.
Like what's up with this? I'm really important if you guys don't know. He's another streamer. I like him overall. But like
Really cool dude. Yeah.
Yeah. He was like, well, what's so special about this president, right? And I find it so weird that you guys are saying this now for Biden, right? And again, I like that wasn't my point. Other people might be making that point, but I was like, just in general, it got to be a flat rule, right? But he was very indignant about it too. Like, how dare you? No, he's fine. He's great, right? All the reports say so.
Yeah.
Disgusting. It's disgusting.
Conspiracy theory. We were the conspiracy theorists.
Yeah. Gaslighting us for years. And I'll never forget the Democratic Party. I'll never forgive them. And I'll never forget. I'll let people know they lie to you. They lie to our faces again and again. All the leadership knew, right? I don't know about like the random like rank and file like
They knew. That was hallway talk. They do.
Maybe. Yeah. I can't put it past them. I'm just saying I can't say for sure, but I can say for sure Nancy Pelosi knew. I can say for sure Chuck Schumer knew.
Well, she probably forgot though, so she has a pass.
Nancy Pelosi, she's still sharp. No, that's the thing. She's still sharp.
True.
That's why she can't claw that power away from her.
She's still trading stocks too. Don't they have ETF based off Nancy Pelosi or something?
Yeah. I don't know. If they should be an ETF after her, but there's a Twitter account, right, that just tracks Nancy Pelosi's stocks, right? And if you just track her stocks, if you just follow her trade, you'll make money on the market. Every time. She always does. She's wildly corrupt.
Yeah, NANC.
Yeah.
Has surged 30% since its launch in February 2013. Yeah. And the S&P is 24. I mean, it's somewhat a little bit overblown because if you track me in a ETF or mutual fund, I also beat the S&P, but it's But her track record, her numbers are amazing
It's
across
unbeat.
every year. I think. Yeah.
Unbeat.
That's something
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
Wildly
It's insane.
corrupt. Wildly corrupt. And then she was there was a bill, right? Because progressives and others, others in Congress have said like, well, it seems kind of weird that members of Congress are trading stocks on companies that they oversee, right? That you have
Exactly.
a lot of insider information on, right? It's funny that just before the pandemic hit, it became public knowledge, right? That a lot of congressmen and women were investing in gloves and masks and companies that made medical equipment. All of a sudden, a lot of money flowed in from Congress. Interesting how that worked, and that they made a tidy sum. Huh. Must have been a coincidence, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
So there have been bills put forth to say okay, well, if you're in Congress, then you and members of your immediate family, right, like your husband and your kids and stuff, they can't trade individual stocks, right? You can still ETF or something like that, right? But you can't trade individual stocks.
Yeah.
And Nancy Pelosi was like, well, no, we certainly don't need that, right? There's a video of this. There's a video of her talking about this. We have enough oversight, right? We have enough of that. And what they have is just a reporting tool, right? Where you report what you've traded on, right? But you report months afterwards. Kind of months afterward. That's how we know what Nancy Pelosi trades on, right? Because there's that mandatory reporting. But then, it's not even mandatory. It's barely mandatory. If you don't do it, there's no punishment. As far as I know, there's no punishment.
Yeah.
And Nancy Pelosi,
they're not going to be.
We have enough.
Yeah.
She's wildly corrupt.
Yeah. Well, would you want to give up power if you could set policy and financially gain from it? Would you give up the power? Of course she's not giving it up.
No, I actually would. No, I would. Because
Nah, bro.
No. Okay. So, lots of things here because it's a good question, right? I say I would, right? Especially with my fucking mortality beating down on me. Fuck. I would, right?
Yeah, I would hope in my old age I'm not still worried about making money.
But there's more to it than that, right? Because AOC, she made a big mistake. And we saw it coming. Progressives saw it coming. Other people didn't see it coming, but we saw it coming. AOC comes in. She's a firestorm in Congress. She knocks out Joe Connolly, who was a bigwig in the Democratic Party in the House, right? He was Nancy Pelosi's original pick to take over, right? And wildly corrupt dude. He was in the Bronx where she was, right? But this dude, he was never there. No one in his district knew who he was, right? But he was always in Washington and a power broker and all that. He didn't give a fuck about the district, right? He was easy pickings, right? So AOC came in, swooped in, and got it, right? Oh, that pissed off the establishment. Oh boy, the Democratic establishment hated that, right? And she came in like a firestorm. She comes in and she
Eat
the
rich dresses and all type of shit.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, but she also I remember there was
she doesn't wear those anymore though. But
there was a protest happening in Nancy Pelosi's office, right? I think it was for climate change. I believe so. I want to say so. And she joins in on the protest. She's like it's a sit-in, the police are gonna drag you out, those type of sit-ins, right? It was a sit-in, and she was in Nancy Pelosi's office, and oh boy, Nancy Pelosi fucking hated that. When AOC, along with, was it Raskin?
Tax the rich, not eat the rich. My bad.
Yeah. When AOC helped present the Green New Deal, that bill. Nancy Pelosi was so dismissive of it. Those, I don't know about those progressives, but they want, they're the green dream or whatever it is, right? That's what she said. They call it the green dream. She didn't bother. She's so dismissive of it all, right? She hated them. And at first AOC pushed. She pushed really hard, right? She challenged the establishment, right? And put pressure on them. And she was garnering headlines the whole time doing it.
Oh yeah, the three. What were they called? The three or something?
The squad.
Yeah, the squad. Yeah.
And there was more than three. But there's about 3 left now. But we'll get to that later. But in any case, she was a firestorm. But then, and people have been talking about this. There was her staff is talk about it, right? Especially after her loss this week. There was a decision made in her office, right? Like, how are we going to do this? What kind of politician are we going to be? Are we going to play the outside game, right? And like work for the movement, like Bernie Sanders has been doing the entire time, right? Try to build a movement that way, right? As a counterweight to the establishment, or are we going to play nice and like try to play the inside track and get ourselves within leadership and then try to make change from there, right? She decided to play nice. We saw this happening. Us progressives were like, this is a bad idea. This isn't going to work. They don't like you, right? And she was tamed, right? On The View, she had an interview on The View, and I'll never let this go. She had an interview, like with the ladies of The View, and because at first, she was, so wild, so crazy lefty, right? But she's trying to change her image. She goes in The View, and she talks about like her admiration for Nancy Pelosi, right? And she says, one thing I learned, Nancy Pelosi is Mama Bear, Don't mess with Mama Bear. She called Nancy Pelosi, search for it, Google it. Nancy Pelosi, Mama Bear, right? That's what she said.
I wonder if she was being calculated with that for the one people in, because Mama Bear has a positive and negative connotation, right?
It was a positive. She was being deferential. Absolutely. Watch the clip. 100% deferential. Okay. Nancy Pelosi is Mama Bear, right? You don't mess with Mama Bear. Watch the clip. It's there. And I repeated this thing in my mind every time. Like AOC suffers a loss, I repeat this in my mind, right? Because she tried so hard, right? And she photographed Nancy Pelosi, and she went out and she stumped, right? Because she still has a popularity with the youth, right? And then she went out and stumped on the campaign for all the people that Nancy Pelosi wanted, basically, right? She was a team player, and Nancy Pelosi spit in her face. I'll never like you. Fuck you, bitch. That's what she said. Fuck you. And we don't like you. Yeah. You ain't part of our set. You're not in the clique. Fuck you.
That was an interview that it might have been the Joe Rogan interview, but it might have been Lex Friedman. I can't remember who. There was an interview where Bernie Sanders was asked about AOC. And if I'm remembering correctly, I could be remembering wrong. But as I listened to it, he didn't give as much of a supportive and hopeful statement as I would have expected. And this is probably why, because he's saying that she's not.
I had to remember there was something like that. Yeah, I remember that.
It might have been Lex Friedman. I think it was Lex Friedman. I think it was.
Yeah, I forget. But yeah, it was less because a lot of progressives have been. Bernie Sanders has a lot to be criticized too, because he tried something similar with Joe Biden, and there was some success, but limited success for that. For instance, he pushed for Lena Khan, right, to get in, who was the head of the FCC. No, not FCC. Yeah, sorry, not the National Labor Committee. So he pushed for that any which way. Lena Khan was one of the best parts of his administration, one of the bright spots. So yeah, not the Federal Communication Committee. It's the other one. But in any case, right?
Federal Trade Commission.
No, FTC. Yeah, I think it's FTC. Yeah. Whichever one is has oversight of the National Labor Relations Board. But in any case,
yeah, that'd be FTC. It definitely won't be FCC.
Yeah. But anyway, she was fantastic, right? Him and Elizabeth Warren, because they played nice with Biden, were able to get her in. So that was something. That's actually significant. Part of Biden's record, but not because Biden wanted it, because Biden doesn't give a fuck about progressive policies. He doesn't give a fuck about workers. So he's been cosplaying that. So in any case, right? So Bernie Sanders has been trying to play nice. He said he's been trying to dampen criticism of Biden, right? Bernie Sanders, he's part of it. He's part of the cover-up. Bringing that out there. No. Part of the cover-up. No. AOC, any which way. She tried that and she failed miserably, right? But what I was listening to someone today, right? Talk about this whole situation, and he's like, AOC basically he said like AOC's calculations make sense if you think the Democratic Party is a group of individuals, an organization that is working together to make the country better, right? Instead, because then you'll see like, oh well, like this is the future of our party, right? Like we want to cultivate new superstars, right? And new talent. That's the way for the future. But instead, if you look at them as all individuals, right, who are looking to, met their power and to establish a legacy, right? All just individuals who happen to be within this collective. Well, then what happened to AOC makes complete sense, right? Because Nancy Pelosi, she ain't pulling for like the Democratic Party. She doesn't give a fuck, right? And like there was a Republican congressman, right, who like he basically congratulated like Nancy Pelosi for doing this, right? She's like, oh, thank you, because she's a superstar, right? She's a superstar, so thank you for kneecapping her. like we couldn't have hoped for any better. The Republicans, they can see her, they can see what AOC is, right, and see the threat that she could be, right, if she had gained power. But Nancy Pelosi, she wants to crush it. So if Nancy Pelosi is an individual person looking to cement her own power, her own legacy, right, of working for the establishment, working for Democratic donors, then she has no interest in the future. She has no interest in anyone who would ever shift the course one bit from that, right? So AOC made the wrong calculation. She thought the Democratic Party was some team that gave a fuck about the country. They don't. They don't care about developing new talent. They don't care about any of that. They care about their own power. That's it.
Yeah. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I had to run upstairs and turn off the fireplace. My daughter left it on before she went to sleep.
Okay. But, sure. Do you have an actual fireplace, a real fireplace?
It's not got. It's a real fireplace, but it's run by gas and not like wood and actual fire.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. All right. I was thinking you had one of those LCD numbers, you know?
One of those what now?
The LCD screens with the fire?
Oh no. It's an actual fireplace, but it's just there's a pilot on just run off gas.
We got YouTube streams where they just have like a fire crackling, you know, like a fireplace crackling. Sometimes I put that on.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, sorry. I feel like I've been talking a lot. So thoughts, opinions, anything.
I'm sorry. But I guess what I think of, like, so the topic is why Democrats fail. When I think of my top things, one, at the top of the list, I think it's being revealed that they are, if you don't want to say as bad, at least as manipulative as their opponents. And I think that's even with this Biden report, blah, blah, blah. It's coming out to show that they care about consolidating power to themselves. And I think when it comes to like bettering the nation, it's a higher priority that they have power than better the nation. You might not agree with that. I'm just saying my opinion.
I do. Yeah. Better the nation is secondary. It might be tertiary.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the mask is falling off. That like a lot of people didn't like that Bernie Sanders. I think it was Lex Friedman. I can't remember, but he was like the Democratic Party is just no longer the class of the working people, and I think people are seeing that more and more. So first, I think that's at the top of the list. I think some of the more contemporary things are like second and third. Like, hey, we're not even gonna. Well, I actually find that most people don't care that we didn't hold a primary. I think people that are politically involved in Democrat do, but a lot of people are like, I don't care about this primary situation. just get me to the general election so I can vote for my blue person, right? Those people are never going to care about there wasn't a primary, right? But anyone else is like, yo, what do you mean you just installed who you wanted to lead after lying to us purposefully, which is like verified now. So I always thought it was coordinated. Like a lot of people were like, Joe Biden's a terrible person. He didn't drop out. My position was always, once he did drop out, my position was always, oh, they knew Kamala would never win open primary. So this was their way to say, oh, we're going to pass it to the black woman. And she didn't even have to go through a primary trying to win. So to me, it was like, that's why when people said she was like, what was the conversation we were having to have? Was she a DEI pick? I was like, of course, like 1,000% she was, right? So I think the public seeing all of the Kamala stuff unravel and various parts of it impacting them, I think that's an important thing. And I would say third would be, I don't know if the policies that they advocate for resonate with people. Because there's a lot of people like you who I'm pretty sure would agree with something like, I mean, you're radical. You're crazy. You'll go to like universal housing or something. But you would at least agree with like a public option and stuff, right? But those aren't things that like Kamala wasn't talking about that. So like, in addition to it being revealed that they're really as well about their power, the policies that would energize people like you aren't things that they campaign on. So I think all of those three things, like mixing and melding together, is kind of why we are where we are. I think it's going to be a rough time for Democrats for the next 4 years. I don't see how this could turn around unless Trump just does some chaotic, like madness type, just World War IV, like something insane.
It will be chaotic. It will be madness, but I don't think that's enough for him for the Democrats to win. Like I think this is a total rebuke. It's not like people didn't remember. I mean, sorry, Americans' memories is actually quite short, so I'm not sure how much they remember of the previous administration. But a lot of people knew, right? And still voted for him. So like, I think the only reason that Biden won the presidency is because of COVID. That's it. 100%. It was a complete disaster.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a
initial
doubt.
response. Yeah.
Yeah. People thought Trump actually sent them checks. Like, no, it was over. It was done. And it was crazy to me.
Real politique, right? like we were gonna send you a check, right? And Trump delayed the checks. So they could put his name on them. Like they had to figure out a way to put his name on the checks, right? And that was gonna delay them. And he's like, no, stop the checks. Like my name has to be on there. But that was
which is it's hilarious how brilliant he is on terrible stuff like that. Like,
but he wasn't in the first because George W. Bush had a situation where he put sent checks out too.
Oh really?
Yeah. If I remember correctly, George W. Bush also put his name out on a check way back when, right? But then in between Trump and Bush came Obama. Obama had a situation where he was sending out checks. Now, it's hard to criticize him here for this because Obama did the responsible thing. So, like, basically, they're trying to stimulate the economy, right? You know, with the crash, right?
Oh yeah, stimulus.
The stimulus. How do you send out the stimulus, right? It matters how you do it. So you can send out a check to people with your name on it, right? Obama's name, and people will give you credit. They'll say, hey, Obama gave me a check, right? But here's what's going to happen.
He sent out cards? What did Obama send out?
Well, let me tell you, right? Obama, he didn't send out a check because if you send out a check, people are going to immediately save that. Like the point is to get that into the economy, right? People are going to take that check and they're going to, a lot of people are going to save it. A better way to stimulate the economy is to do it through payroll, right? So basically, they lowered taxes, right? So you had a little bit extra in your paycheck, right? Like for over a period of time. So people were getting an elevated paycheck, right? So they were getting the stimulus and then they're spending it, right? There was just a little bit more And so it went right out, right? To help the economy. Responsible. Also stupid. Because no one knew. No one remembered that, right? Unless you're a person like me who follows politics.
For sure.
You don't know that happened. He never got any credit for
I
it.
never even heard of this.
Never got any credit, right?
I really haven't.
And so that's what happened. And that's what happened. And so, like, if you don't do these things, right, you have to, like, give it Trump. Trump is a marketer. He gets how to market to people, right? Put your name on it, right? Like, scream it from the rooftops. This is what I did. Make it up. Say that you did something, even if you didn't do it. Just keep repeating it, and then the media will eventually just repeat it too, right? I guess it's true, right? They'll just be stenographers for you, for whoever's in power, right? So just keep repeating that you said something, and then it will get in people's head that you did something, right? And it'll get in people's heads that, oh yeah, President Trump did that, right? I mean, he says it all the time. I hear it all the time. Fox News tells me he did it all the time, right? So he did it. It's reality now. Why not? Now, I'm not saying that Biden should lie, right? But like, he had accomplishments. He did. But people didn't know them. Because Democrats are awful at this, right? The one accomplishment that I'm going to make sure everyone knows is that sponsoring a genocide. Joe Biden sponsoring a genocide. Never forget. Happening right now.
That is an important thing, too, about this election. Well, yeah, I think it... Yeah, I would say that you were a little bit demotivated because of the position the Democrats took, right? That's
I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I didn't vote for her.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's another big one too in the like, I would say like 40 and under generation.
And I think it's okay. So I have lots of thoughts on this. So at election night, I was angry. You heard me on election. I was quite angry, right? And I was like all over the place. Because like watching her fail, she got swept. Got swept in the swing states. Swept. Like unbelievable, right? But the loss looked, in terms of like numbers of voters, bigger than it was, right? It was actually much closer.
Yeah, it came like 1.5 now or something.
Yeah, I forget.
I think California is like still counting for some reason.
Yeah. Oh, no, I think they're done. They're done now.
They are. They're counting for like.
If you could look up the vote difference, like for me,
it's like 1.5 million, I think, right? No, it's 2.2 million.
No, that's not what I'm looking for. The vote difference in the swing states. If you could look up the vote difference in the swing states, yeah.
Got you. Yeah, I'm not sure. But
the majority is the difference isn't nearly as wide as we initially thought, right? And if that's the case, right? If that's the case, because
but she lost everything.
She did lose, but like, what's the vote difference? Because that matters, right? Because if if the individual swing states, those are close, and I believe they are pretty close. Even if she lost them closely, that means that she could have won them. Like, those are possibly winnable, even though she did lose them. They're possibly winnable. So on election night, so I'm saying this badly. On election night, at first I'm like, Gaza, Gaza had a big role in this, right? But then I calmed down. I'm like, okay, well, if this is a super wide margin, it can't be Gaza, right? And people are saying, right, in election in the exit polls, that like the economy is the number one reason why they voted the way they did, right? So like, okay, and Gaza is just like your foreign policy. They're not. I don't think they're even measuring for Gaza. They just measure for foreign policy, I think. And that was way down the list. Are you still there?
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. Everything good? Okay. So I'll repeat what I just said. That you know, the exit polls said like economy is the number one thing we're voting for, which is to be expected, right? And foreign policy is like way down the list. I don't think they were even measuring specific Gaza, but like it was way down the list, right? And so you got to accept that evidence. All right, well, I guess that's the case, right? Then I said later on to people online that Gaza certainly played a part, but like it's a tiny part. I don't believe that's why she lost, right? Now I think differently. now I think differently. If it's the case that like the vote tally in the swing states, let's see. I gotta get these numbers because it's actually important to the point that I'm making. Hold on. 2024 election popular swing state popular vote. Trump sweeps swing states and decisive. America's swing to the right was wide, but not always deep. See if this will give me the numbers.
Wait, just FYI, Chuckle, she did not win the popular vote. Just FYI.
Yeah, she didn't. States more
she
Republican.
Lost everything, literally.
Yeah.
Except some states.
I'm looking for the difference here. I don't have it on me. If you can find that count, like what the difference between the popular vote for the swing state, yeah. That'd be useful. So if it's the case, right, that it's a narrow margin, that changes my calculation completely.
I found it.
Okay.
Oh no, it's not total. It's not total though. Never mind.
Okay. Like it changes it completely. Like remember Biden, the way Biden won his election, right? He won, like, yes, he got millions more votes. He did win the popular vote, like overall the national popular vote. But of course we know that doesn't matter, right? What matters is the swing states. He won across like 3 states that made the difference. It was like 43,000 or so votes, right? That was the difference that mattered. I think I believe, I don't have the numbers on me. I'm looking for them. That it's a similar situation that happened with Trump this time around. If that's the case, then I absolutely could have been Gaza. Okay. Now here's my thinking.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people, right? Not like a crazy amount, but a significant amount of people like me who were motivated by what was happening, by the genocide that America is sponsoring, that Joe Biden is sponsoring, right?
That you're sponsoring.
That I'm sponsoring. No, that's true. No, it's true. We're all to blame. We all have culpability. But that we're sponsoring right now, right? I wasn't going to vote for Joe Biden at the start of it. I wasn't going to vote for him. And
really, I didn't know that. That's good.
No, yeah, I said that. Yeah. And then Joe Biden dropped out. Kamala Harris comes in, and I was hopeful. I'm cautiously optimistic. She had made some maybe some hopeful noises about Gaza previously, and I was happy. We can hear all of that. We're gonna hear all that. Can't it?
Oh, it's because it's not coming to my thing anymore. Okay, got you. I'm actually trying to fix my video broadcast as we speak.
Yeah, sure. So I was hopeful, but like then obviously she made it clear, very clear, that there would be no change, right? That she was not going to give us anything to indicate that she would be any different, right? There were some reports that maybe behind the scenes, her staffers, she was putting staffers in place who might have a slightly different look on this, but she didn't want to say it for the election, right? Some nonsense like that. But like all her donors, pro-Israel, all the way, right? And she did everything she could to crush Muslims, trying to make their voices heard. When they were like during the campaign, right? So she gave me no indication. She like had a bunch of them, like a tailwind of support, right? And enthusiasm. That's what I'm looking for. Enthusiasm coming in, evaporated. Because she had policies and she backed off those policies and all those things.
Oh yeah, we should talk about that too.
Sure. I think, and furthermore, right, like people like me, right, especially young individuals, they're the ones who like have the energy in the party, right? They're the ones who go out, they knock on doors, they talk to their family, like they motivate them all to get out to vote. Those are the people. All those people are demotivated. All of them. Well, a lot of them, excuse me, a lot of them. I don't say everyone, right? But a lot of people are demotivated by this.
I'm not going to pull a BAM on you. I know what you meant.
Yeah. so looking at the differences between the like if it's a small difference that could have won the election across a few states, right? Then it's perfectly plausible that the people demotivated on Gaza like made the difference. There's a lot of people, I know there are many other people like me who didn't vote for her. I know that for a fact. A lot of other people like me, but it doesn't take a lot. Across the key swing states where she needed every vote, right? She lost people just like me. That could have made the difference. And furthermore, right? Because people like BAM, like propagandists for the establishment, like, you know, Black American Made, right here. He's a propagandist. He's a body propagandist. He's absolutely, right? He's a mouthpiece. Well, he'll say, but still the exit polls, right? Here's the thing, right? The exit polls are only measuring what is your number one thing, right? Like what is the thing that made the difference, right? So, like, and it's perfectly reasonable because the economy is the closest thing to all Americans, right? But yeah, the economy, that's the number one reason. But is that the only reason? That's not the only reason, right? I think what we should look at this is like, think of it like a thermometer, right? Like imagine like a beaker, you know, like a long beaker, and it has a mark at the top, right? So this beaker, what represents is voter resentment, okay, right? And this mark at the top, right, 80% at the top is your limit, right? Once you get to 80%, this is just an imaginary number, it could change for any individual voter, right? Once you get above 80%, you're not going to vote for that candidate, right? So now let's fill the beaker. We'll fill the beaker 60% with the economy, right? 60% is the reason why I don't like the economy, right? And that fills up my meter at 60%. But if it's just the economy, I'm still going to vote for him. But if we add another 5% for the border, right? Another 5% for the trans issue, right? That puts it at 70. And then another 20% for Gaza, right? So that puts you above 90. It means you're not going to vote. But like when I'm asked, what was my number one reason? It's the economy, right? That's truthful. Exactly. It's the economy. But that doesn't mean that like if it weren't for these other things that were that I'm given, that I had to stomach, that I wouldn't have done it, right? Like if I didn't have to stomach all these other things, that okay, all right, the economy's bad, but still, right? I can manage a vote. People do that all the time, right? Exactly. I'm a progressive, right? And I never get what I want in candidates. Right? I haven't gotten a progressive Democratic nominee for a Democratic candidate for presidency, but I stomach it all the time. If you add more to this thing, right? More to this thermometer of resentment. Yeah, that's going to push people over the edge. I think exactly that is enough to have cost through the election. If it's close, if the vote totals are close, across those states, right? Yes, not the national vote, right? The national popular vote. I mean, she lost by 2.5 million. You know, there's probably not enough there. But across those states where she was campaigning the most, where she needed the most, absolutely. So that's my thesis.
No, I definitely agree.
Yeah,
definitely agree.
I just need to get those numbers though to properly support it. Anyone else?
Yeah, I don't know why I can't find it. I was looking for it.
I know there's analysis out there, on this thing, but
yeah, I found a lot of sites with the raw numbers. I just didn't want to add them up.
Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have them in front of me, but that's my thesis, and I think it's correct. So I at first I thought it was Gaza, but then I looking at the election results, the complete sweep, the complete loss, and all that swing things. I'm like, okay, it can't be it, right? I know not enough people care the way I care about Gaza, right? I know that's the case, unfortunately. A lot of
And he almost put
country.
100 points on her head, man. That's crazy.
100 points on her head? What do you mean?
No, like he almost won by 100.
Oh, okay.
It was 312 to 226.
Presidential election results for the 7th. Oh, you mean for the electoral college? Okay. Okay, so this says presidential electoral results for the swing states. It doesn't. Is it giving me the raw numbers?
Yeah, that's the one you see. It's Georgia in the top left. So you thought you was about to read the number, and it's actually split up still. Yeah.
That's the one from ABC News. Arizona. Okay, actually, this is the numbers I'm looking for. Okay, so Arizona is 52% for Trump, 47% for her. It doesn't tell me that I have to do the math. But she lost by 200, a little less than 200,000 in Arizona. Right, so actually, let me write this down. These are rough numbers, and let me put this link in the chat so that people can see it. Here, take a look. This is the article I'm looking at, everyone. So Arizona is a 200,000 vote difference. Let's take a look, and then Georgia is just.
It was really close.
Yeah, Georgia is just over 100,000. See, Arizona 200. Georgia 100. Okay. Michigan is under 100,000. Michigan below 100. Nevada is Nevada was really close. Nevada was 40 under 50,000. It's like 46,000 or so.
Wow.
So Nevada, she needed that state. Like 46. Yeah. What we got here? North Carolina. North Carolina is over 100, like 108, 170. So North Carolina 170. Sorry guys, I think this is worth doing. So I know this is a bit slow, everyone, but I think this is worth actually taking a look at. Okay. Pennsylvania, which was a make or break state, right? Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is, let's take a look. Woo, well, it was close too. That's 120. It's like it's 120,000 to 20,000. Yeah. 120. These are, and remember, I'm not saying like vote totals, right? So like this is out of like 7 million votes, right? It's like 7 million votes, and the difference is 120,000, right? Like that's for Pennsylvania. For North Carolina, that's 5 million votes, right? And the difference was 170, right? Like these are a lot of votes. Nevada, which is tiny, it's like 1.4 million votes, 1.5 million votes, and the difference was 46,000, right? So these are so these differences matter, right? Like
margins, yeah.
there's a lot of people, but these margins matter. So next is Wisconsin.
Wasn't that one pretty bad? Was it like 52% Trump? I can't remember.
It's 49.6.
Oh wow, that's super close.
To 48.7. So yeah. It's so the difference here, it's even tighter. It's even
30,000, a little bit less than 30,000.
It's like 29,000. It's like 29,000, yeah. And that's it. So across so Wisconsin, winnable. 29,000, winnable. Nevada, 46,000, winnable. Pennsylvania, I think, is still one of at 120,000. I think that's absolutely a winnable state for her. Was. And that's where she put her back into it, right? Completely winnable state. And Michigan, right? So Wisconsin, Nevada, Michigan, all below 100,000. And she lost. I think. And Michigan, of course, right? Where our largest Muslim population was at. Let's not forget that. She lost that. She lost the Muslim vote.
Yeah.
This was a winnable election.
She lost the Latino male vote too, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she lost that too. But
it was like border towns where she lost she got 3% of the vote or something crazy, I think, in one border town or something crazy.
I think no matter what reason they moved over, right? I'm not even counting those people, right? They had all the reasons, and losing them obviously still hurt. Their votes count, of course, right? But for this analysis, I don't need them, right? Just the people who would likely vote on Gaza. Yeah, there's enough in those swing states that made the difference. 100%. 100%.
For sure.
So, yeah.
Yeah, because there was much less turnout. I can't remember exactly how much less. Biden had 80 million votes last time, right? 81 million.
Was there less turnout? I'm not sure if there was. I don't know.
I think Biden had 81 million and Trump had 70. U.S. 2020 election results. I'm pretty sure Biden had 81 million, right?
I thought there was more this election, but I could be wrong.
No. Definitely not. Hold on. Somebody just give me the goddamn numbers. CNN. It's gonna do it. Biden had 81 million. Trump had 74 million. Yeah, it was more votes last time.
Okay. All right.
8 and 7 is 15. So 155 million. This time it's 100 and it's kind of close. 152. So 3 million less votes though. So that's 3 million less people that actually went to go vote this time.
3 million. Oh yeah. I mean, there's a massive enthusiasm gap here. I think this is about Nevada, winnable. Wisconsin, winnable. Michigan, winnable. Not sure if that would have put her over. She might have needed Pennsylvania. I have to look at the map. But I think Pennsylvania is still winnable. Pennsylvania was the biggest vote difference, though, to be fair. But still, 120,000. I think that's a winnable state. And she lost.
Yeah.
First Democrat to lose the popular vote in 20 years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not surprised. So how do you feel? So a lot of people say, I can't remember if me and you talked about this or not, but a lot of people say sexism was at play, which we know there's sexism in this country. How much, when you look at this outcome, do you think reasonably should be contributed to such? Big impact, small impact, medium size impact.
I think it's a significant impact. I think it's significant. Look, and it's not just men, battled men, being sexist. I think a lot of women also don't believe a woman can be a leader. There are a lot of women who have those ideas.
What's her name? Ang. It was a bit of a good joke. I can't remember her name. She said women shouldn't vote. The crazy girl. White girl. She got famous and then she got kicked off social media, so she's not famous anymore. It's gone.
Sorry. I'll promise to laugh at the joke if you ever figure out who this is.
No, her name was just going to be the joke because she's the perfect person for what you were saying. She's a Kamala shouldn't be elected because this is what men should do type person.
Okay. Yeah. But so they exist, right? I mean, there's the conservative ones, but like you would never move their votes anyway. Pearl. Yeah, the one she came on our show, or yeah, it came on the stream. Pearl. Yeah. Oh God, if whatever. But yeah, but she's conservative, right? She wouldn't be voting for Kamala any which way, right? So those are lost votes. But even on the Democratic side, there are women who feel that way too. That like it's a man's job, right? And women are too emotional.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah. So it definitely played a role. How much of a role? I think is always the wrong question at this point, because like this is the same country that elected a black man, right? We did that, yeah, and twice, right? Resoundingly, he was elected, right? Came in with strong majorities. Like he, and sexism works differently than racism. I will admit that. It's more pervasive in a certain way, right? And it compounds itself with racism. So I understand that, right? But that's the wrong question. I think it's what are you offering? I think there are plenty of people who are propagandized to vote against their own interests, right? By stirring up resentments to others, right? Like if there is a nation, a country, right, that is not meeting the needs of its people, most people are desperate for any answer. So if it's the immigrants are the problem, okay, then the immigrants are the problem. I'll vote for whoever is cruelest to the immigrants. That works. If they're the problem, then get rid of them. If it's the gays that are the problem, that okay, right? Then beat up the gays and maybe my life will be better afterwards. The only way to respond to that is by providing for their material needs, by providing them a better economy, or providing them policies that they can wrap their heads around, understand that directly will help me in my life, right? Like it'll give me the healthcare that I need, right? It'll ensure the job stability that I need. It'll raise my paycheck, right? All those things that they can directly get their minds around, right? If you do that, it overcomes that. That's what happened with Obama. Now Obama, he was a fake populist, right? He was lying about all those things. But he convinced people, or he allowed people to believe that he was that kind of a person, right? They believed in the hope and change, right? Even though Obama provided very little of that. But on that hope, a lot of people who would never have voted for a black man, right? If you had asked them before that campaign, they're like, fuck no, they wouldn't do it, right? But they voted for him any which way. The same thing would have been true for Kamala if she was providing something.
Kamala.
What?
I'm joking. I don't know which one it is. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't either, right? I think, but the loser, right? That utter loser that belongs in the dustbin of history, that one. Yeah, the one who didn't provide us with anything, right? Who just serviced her donors, that one. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, but she didn't provide anything.
She gave Oprah $10 million, though, so she helped out the community. I think she got $2 million, so I can't remember, but yeah. So like the empty suit part. So first off, on the sexism thing, I think there's quite a few people in this country that are like, a woman should never be president. Just like I know, even in like the Christian space, there are people that are like women shouldn't be preachers. So I know those people that think women shouldn't be in positions of power exist. I would say, if I had to say large, small, medium, I think it played a small impact in this election. Now, let me think through this. I think it played a small impact. I think there were other things that were really bad, and maybe it was a modifier, like, oh, and she's a woman, and it might have like intensified some of the hatred. But I think core, she was such a terrible campaigner, and even how she became in the running for the vice presidency or presidency were so bad that I think those things are like way overpowering the sexism.
Well, we can apply my theory, right, of voter resentment to this as well, right? Like the things that'll fill up that the voter resentment thermostat. Like being a woman is going to be part of that, right?
Yeah.
Is it their number one reason? For some, yes, obviously. For others, no, right? It's a negative against her, right? But if she doesn't have other negatives, right? If she's providing positive, drain the thermostat, then you can overcome that. It's an overcomable thing. And I think, the establishment, right, which has been proven, Democratic establishment has been proven completely wrong, right? Who's been embarrassed, humiliated by all of this. What they are going to say, because they want to save their jobs, because that's all they care about. They can't be seen as being wrong about what just happened. The guy, I guess it was because she was a woman. Maybe don't run a woman next time. That's the ticket, right?
Yeah.
Run an old man like Biden, right? Maybe we suck with Biden, it would have been fine.
But he won. That's the bad part.
That's the bad part. That's they always hold
She
over.
did something that an old Joe Biden could do. That is crazy. But yeah, I think COVID was just
absolutely 100%. It was definitely that.
Yeah, I didn't like, and we talked about this, I think, a lot, but I just didn't like that she didn't do controversial things. Like, she didn't interact with controversial, like, reporters and blah, blah, blah during the campaign to be like, yes, I know I said this in the past. All of them were going to bring up, hey, look at this clip. Here's you saying this in 2019, 2021. Do you still believe this? And I wanted her to just give confident answers on, this was my position. This is why I thought this. This is my current platform. And instead of that, she was just like, oh, yeah, that is fake news. And it's like, wait, they have you on video. What the fuck do you mean fake news? Like, they're literally just playing your video. There's nothing else in the clip except you. Like, so that was weird to me.
Kamala isn't capable of speaking like off like the cuff, right? Off the cuff, right? She's not spontaneous. She can't do that. Yes. I imagine, I imagine she was a good prosecutor. Prosecutors get to prepare their remarks beforehand, right? They plan out like what they're going to do, what they're going to say, right? How they're going to get you. I think that's what she was doing. As a senator, right? Like, I was impressed. I was excited for Kamala at first, right? Because of how she was on committees, because she could like nail a person, right? Like a prosecutor would, right? I'm like, oh man, she's got some fire in her. But she had a chance to plan all of that out. Every bit of it. The moment you put her in front of a camera and she has to like think of things herself, done. Shuts down. She can't do it. That's why that she had memorized, wrote catchphrases that she did their speech, and she just kept giving the same thing over and over again. I'm
burdened by what has been.
Yeah, exactly. That's all she can do, right? She gets a speechwriter, does that for her. She can't manage. She's incapable. We know that for sure. We knew that actually last time, and then when she first ran, right? It became quite obvious, but we were hoping. I was huffing a little hopium, like maybe she'll be better. Hopefully, right? Like maybe she was nervous this time, but now she's had time to build her confidence. No, she's incapable of it. Incapable.
Yeah.
Jill Biden didn't like Kamala. Joe Biden, neither of them, I don't think, like Kamala. I think Joe Biden did it like honestly DEI pick, right? He thought it'd be
he said it.
Points. Yeah, he said it. Right? Yeah, he said it. But like I think he didn't even particularly like her. You know, like he had disdain for her, but like this was gonna get me a few more.
It was strategic.
Yeah. And it might have helped like put him over the top of the presidency, honestly, right? Actually might have done that. It was like the race was so super close. Like I'm saying this one was, right? Super close. It was enough.
Yeah, for sure.
But he sidelined her immediately. She had no leadership, right? He gave her the role of border czar, right? Like you handle the border, an impossible task for her to do as vice president. Impossible task. You are setting her up to fail. She can't do anything there.
Yeah.
she just went to like a Central America country, right? And she did this press conference, infamous press conference. She was like, "Don't come, America's closed. Don't come," right? Basically to the South American
to
friends.
the caravan that was loading up.
Yeah, that's what she said. Don't come. That's the most memorable thing she did, right? Which of course loses her votes, loses the Democrats' votes here, right? Like, so there's that. So like, she was disdained by Biden, and Biden, like he implied very strongly that he was gonna be a one-term president. Right? People voted thinking he was gonna be a one-term president. He said like going to pass baton to newer generations. Right? You remember this?
Mm-hmm. I don't remember that, but I think someone has since sent me a video that refreshed me on it. But I didn't know that at first.
No, he absolutely implied that he'd be a one-term.
No, 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
But here's the thing: Joe Biden has been wanting power. Like everything, he wanted the presidency since the 80s. He's been running since the 80s for the presidency. He's run multiple times and failed miserably. And so when he got the power, of course he was going to give up that power. Him and his narcissism, he was never going to do it. He was never going to do it. And so he didn't. And he didn't prepare Kamala and do anything to put her in a prime position. And in fact, he decided to run again himself. And Joe Biden propped him up, Weekend at Bernie's style, in front of the camera, this drooling idiot. Like, this is how we lost. And then beyond that, of course, the fact that, as always, Kamala tried to be a Republican. Rather than, like, try to get Democratic votes, her whole strategy was like, we're going to win Republican voters because of abortion. Republican women, right?
I don't know what they were thinking, dude. That's just crazy.
It's the regular thing. Joe Biden had the similar strategy, right? Obama had a different strategy, at least in the first election, right? He had a different strategy. But, like, this is the regular strategy for them. Hillary Clinton had that strategy. We'll win the Republican women in the suburbs. They'll come up for us. And they keep losing. They keep losing these people all the time. But every time. Like, we should be more like Republicans. More like Republicans and less like Democrats, right? Republican voters who've been voting Republican their entire lives will vote for the Democrats because they're Republican light and they're quote unquote sane. Yeah. This is a strategy.
It's idiotic. I don't think, like, I know a lot of. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm like purchasing something for Christmas, but I know a lot of women that are like okay with abortion, but I know a lot of women also that like even I don't know where my wallet is. There's a lot of women that are like okay with abortion, but a lot of them don't advocate for abortion. So I think they like overblew how many people they thought were gonna just run out and instantly support, because like there's a lot of people who are like, hey, people should have the right. Like me, I told you a bunch of times, I just don't think it's something for the country for like the government to decide. But I think they thought too much that people are just going to show up in droves for this issue. Like, when I don't think it has that much material impact on most people's lives. Like it does in theory, but I don't. It's only the young, you're correct, impregnable demographic that is going to really affect.
Those would be the most motivated. Yes, the young women are the most motivated. But I think other women feel it. One, because a lot of women have, like older women, they've known women who've had abortion. They have one themselves, or they've known someone.
For sure. But that doesn't mean that that's going to energize them.
Exactly.
I feel like
100%.
Those people are already energized by other things. They're not going to be like, oh, I wasn't going to vote, but abortion is on the ballot, so let me go. No, they're not. Like,
well, I mean, okay. I want to say, I think it's too far to say they're not. I think there's plenty of people who did, right? It's just like the plan.
I'm saying it won't be a major deciding factor. I don't think.
For some people, maybe definitely, actually, yeah, some people definitely, 100%. Yeah.
You think there's somebody where like
Yes.
more than 40% of the reason they voted was about this? That's older than the age of like 35. I don't think so. I think they were already going to vote.
I think a lot of women have had the experience I'm talking about. Have
No, but just because somebody has had an abortion, or just because somebody believes that abortion should be a choice, just like I would say, somewhat, like I don't like the government being involved in it. If I had to vote, I'll vote to get rid of it. But I wouldn't vote to like get rid of it. I would only do that if I had to, right? But I think a lot of people are like, it's cool that people can do it, but I really think it's immoral, but it's okay if people have the choice that they choose to do that.
I agree that cohort exists, but I think another cohort exists, another segment of the population exists that will absolutely vote on abortion, 100%. Yeah.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, I think in that cohort that you're talking about, there are other factors that are motivating them to vote even more. So I agree with you that like there's people that's like, so imagine the beaker, right? What I'm saying is the group that you're talking about, their beaker to vote is already at 90 and it's taking it to 130 or 100% or whatever. It's not taking them from 50 to 90% and causing them to vote.
I mean, it's a possibility, but I mean, there are plenty of activists.
For sure. There's single choice voters, single issue voters on both sides.
Well, yeah, but
I agree with that for sure.
Yeah, there's single, and there are a lot of single, but you accept there's a lot of single issue voters who just voted on abortion for years, for decades, right? If there's millions there, I think there's millions on the other side. Like, I don't think there's.
No.
Yeah, we know this is not. I'm not
They're
making
lying,
this up, right?
bro.
Political science has known about the single issue abortion voter. What are you talking about?
They're lying that they're single issue voters.
No.
I've yet to run into one in the wild, and I have a very good representation. I have a very good representation of the United States in my friends. No, I'm joking. But I think there's some, but I think it's overblown. I really do think the abortion issue is very, very overblown. I think it's a moral hazard for sure, and it like calls into question like a lot of your morals and where you land on it, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think too many people are running to the ballot box with it on their mind. Outside of like extreme like Christians, and I don't even want to say it's because they're Christian, but because you can have a complicated position to say you believe in separation of church and state, right? But maybe I'm underblowing this, but I don't know. Maybe I'm terribly wrong.
Abortion.
No, but the poll is weird because it's asking you a direct question. But that doesn't mean when I go cast my vote, I'm thinking about that thing.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at abortion single issue voters.
There's like 20 of them.
Well, democracy, abortion are top priorities for single issue voters. Abortion is top issue for 1 in 8 voters in the U.S. ahead of this election.
No way.
It says this is a CNN article.
1 in 8, bro.
1 in 8.
Like 12 to 16%. When divided by 8 is 16.5, 12.5. Yeah. 13%. Nah. Maybe.
I'll put it in. I can also DM it to you directly. Put it in chat. DM it to you. But
would I talk to single? So I'm telling you about the conservative, quote unquote, single issue voters, because I actually I'm really good friends with a pastor, and he tells me he's a single issue voter for abortion. And he's a conservative. When I talk to him, there's a million other reasons he's voting conservative. And he's literally told me to like, I'm a single issue voter. And I'm like, you're actually not, like, because I know all of your positions on like a number of different topics and all of them lean conservative. I think that abortion I think we mistake the energy and emotion from abortion topics for it being a motivating factor to go out and cast a vote. And I don't know how we disambiguate that, because the poll, I'm a very passionate person going to say, yo, this is most important, they're killing babies, or yo, this is most important, they're trying to control women's body. And that emotion is going to lead to the way that they answer these polls. But I don't think that emotion is carrying them out to the ballot box. I don't think so.
I don't.
I
guess.
Yeah. Have you run into a person in a while that you believe is a single issue voter on this topic?
Well, before I answer that, top priority for single issue voters, NBC poll, right? So this is just among single issue voters. It said 19% protecting democracy or constitutional rights, 18% abortion, 14% immigration, 9% guns. I know there's single issue voters for guns. Israel-Hamas war, 5%. Those are single issue. So I was one of those 5% single issue voters. LGBTQ issues, 4%, and none of these, 21%. Yeah, I was definitely one of those.
Wait, what was abortion? I didn't hear abortion.
I said abortion, 18%. Yeah, 18.
Oh, 18%. Okay, I missed it. My bad.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, abortion, 18%. Sorry, what was the question you asked me?
Have you run into a quote unquote single issue abortion voter in your time?
I think I may have. I think so.
And by single issue, this is what this engenders to me. I really don't give a fuck about the other issues. Like, fuck the economy talk, fuck the LBGT talk, fuck the war in Gaza talk, fuck immigration. Like, yo, listen, all I need to know is what's your position on abortion? Yes or no? And if you aren't voting the way that I think,
evangelicals, there's plenty of evangelicals who definitely do. Like, I don't hang out in those circles though. Like, I'm not these other people.
No, I do, and I know that they aren't truly single issue voters, for sure.
I don't know. Okay. I mean, like I
I would even venture to say most of them are more anti, like, gender ideology than. And no, that's not true. That's not true. But it's super close. It's super, and like it's all of those things together and why they are conservative. It's not just like I don't even care what else is going on. Like because even so, think about Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump is saying what most of those quote unquote single issue conservatives wouldn't want. Hey, if there was a national abortion ban, I'm not really even interested in that conversation because I think this should be a state's issue. And if states want to be able to have abortion, they should. If these people were quote unquote real single issue voters, then they wouldn't be voting for Donald Trump, but they are, because it's a like collection of things that they're against. And abortion, even though it's a highly emotional one, they're not really single issue voters.
Maybe. I don't know. You'd have to argue a political.
But yeah, it's hard to talk about it. But
yeah. I mean, it's a possibility. I mean, people are complex, so I always want to try to have room for nuance, even for people I disagree with. So I don't know. So, is there anything else on the Democrats you want to talk about, or
do you think anything? Wait. Oh, they sent the text to my phone. Your estimation on what 2026 is going to be like?
Making me think about the future after we just got done an election. Oh God, as a political, that's bad to do for a political junkie like me, right? Who imbibes this all the time. The election for me, it doesn't start, right? Like, I'm not starting to pay attention to this after Veterans Day, like a lot of people, like once the summer's over, oh, I guess I gotta get caught up. No, I was paying attention to this for 2 years, right? 2.5 years, is how long I've been following this election, right? And finally it was fucking done. So then to ask me to look at a future election, oh man, that's rough. But since you've demanded this of me.
Yes.
Almost always the incumbent party, right, the incumbent president, his party loses seats in the House and the Senate. Now whether they actually completely lose the like either party, either chamber, that's up for question. But they almost always lose seats, and I think Trump, because now people can't. It's not in the rear view window, right? They'll see Trump being who he is and as chaotic and making decisions, and seeing the consequences of those. I think that there's plenty of hope that there'll be some sort of rebuke of Trump. Just like for Obama, there was a rebuke of Obama, right? I think Trump also, in his, in the midterms, lost a chamber of Congress or something. Like, and it certainly happened to Biden.
2018?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Biden gained the seat in the Senate, lost like 9, I think, in the House. I don't know what 2018 looked like.
I'm pretty sure they lost to Democrats there, and then like it only disappeared. They only lost the House during Biden's reign. I think so. I think they had it for 4 years. But I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure. They so like that'll probably happen. But here's the thing. That shouldn't get your hopes up. That shouldn't tell you that the Democrats are doing something right because they gain seats. That shouldn't be the case. It's just that it's the party in charge, right? And I don't like, things aren't perfect in my life. And so I vote against whoever's in charge. Americans do that all the goddamn time. All the time. All the time. And it doesn't mean that the Democrats have offered some sort of strong platform or anything like that. No, it doesn't. But Democrats like to interpret it that way. In 2022, that's what they interpreted it as, right? When they gained the House. No, they lost it. No, they stopped the red wave. Yes, what they thought. They thought there was going to be a huge red wave in the House, right? But it was a trickle, right? They thought they were going to get crushed, but they didn't get crushed. The red wave didn't happen. So they interpreted it as like, oh, there's weak support for Republicans and maybe stronger support for us than they thought. No, that's not the case. No. And so unless Democrats put forth a policy agenda that can actually attract people, right? That can actually have some teeth to expand the electorate, to win back voters who have left, right? Like the Muslim vote, I think might be permanently gone. Oh yeah. And to remember, just a side note here, the Muslim population in this country was originally Republicans, right? This is what people like forget, but like they originally traditionally voted Republican until 9/11, right? Until 9/11, and then like the entire Republican Party was like glass in the Middle East, right? And Muslims are all terrorists, right? Like that whole situation that pushed them, like black people, it pushed them into the Democratic Party. But it's not like they wanted to be there. They're not like it was their home. And now that like they've lost that home, that like, oh, the Democratic Party has made it clear we don't want you here. That we don't value your lives, that we'll sponsor a genocide of your people. Now, they might be lost permanently. We might not be able to get them back. In any case, right? So the Democrats need to put forth some sort of platform that's proactive, that is actually left, right? To attract people on the left. I'm not even talking about people as crazy as I am, right? We understand where I'm at. I'm just talking about common sense. I am. But common sense things that will attract voters, right? The things that attracted people in fucking 2008 to President Obama, right? Even though he lied about it. But like those types of things, those like healthcare reform, like higher paying jobs, that $15 minimum wage that Biden didn't deliver, right? That he like fought, he like tried for one time, then he gave up. Like, no more, we can't beat it, we can't do it, we're done. But those kind of policies, if you can provide a platform like that, I think it would be in a good spot. but they're not going to. They're not going to.
Yeah, I think so. All right, Trump could come in and just be absolutely insane, which I think is likely. If that happens, I don't know what happens, right? Because anything is possible. I think definitely the Republicans are going to lose steam in 2028 because Trump is a very polarizing figure, right? So the MAGA Republicans, who knows if they're going to be as entrenched or care in 2028. Well, so I think that's definitely going to be like less steam for Republicans. I think, unfortunately for the Democrats, if something terrible doesn't happen in the next 4 years or in the next 2 years, are we talking midterms? I think it's the Democrats are going to lose more control of like the House and Senate.
They might.
If nothing terrible or catastrophic, God forbid he gets in this actual Ukraine and Russia war ends and the whole conversation over y'all are sending money to Ukraine and the Republicans are like, we want to be isolationists and all of that stuff. If the war in Gaza is over and the war in Ukraine is over before the midterms, I think it's over for the Democrats for the next 4 years, for sure. Now, I don't know if those two events are likely. I think the ending the Russia thing is probably more likely than ending Gaza in Israel. But I don't know, dude. It's going to be like, unless he does something bananas, like people really better hope he actually becomes the monster that they've been saying he is. Because if he doesn't and he ends wars and he keeps the whole line of I'm the anti-war guy and I'm taking us out of wars and all of this stuff. Now, the whole tariffs might kill the entire economy too, right? So that's a possibility too, right? That could be the crazy thing where tariffs might kill the economy, right? But short of that happening, dude, I think it's going to be insane. Like, it's going to be crazy.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible that the tariffs, he can actually leverage that for a good deal. I think he could actually do that. I think it's a possibility. That like he's got a lot of countries scared. Like, oh, he'll fucking do it, right? Like he's crazy enough to do it.
yeah, exactly.
And so they want to avoid the worst case scenario. Yeah, they'll avoid the worst case scenario and they'll come to the negotiating table. I underestimated him in the first term. I'll admit it, I did. And he got like a deal. Like I don't think it was all like,
the Abraham Accords.
Well, no, not that. The Abraham Accords. I'm talking about the trade deal. We'll get to that later. But the U.S. Mexico Canada deal, right? That thing.
Yeah, I can't remember the name. Yeah.
He like negotiated NAFTA. He said he was going to do it. I think he was going to do it. He did it actually. And I thought he was like, oh, he's too stupid to do that, but he actually managed to do it. And he has proven himself to be like wild and like belligerent, and other countries are just afraid of it. You know, they're afraid of America doing these things like they thought they wouldn't do. So I think he could probably, maybe for a short, I think that he could put the tariffs on the table and he forces a whole list of countries like to negotiate and then quickly get rid of the tariffs, right? And he gets something signed with someone, right? Maybe it's just Canada, Mexico. Maybe it's with China. Who knows?
The right? Venezuela thing. I think there was some Venezuela, like you're gonna take back immigrants, or we're gonna tax you at 100%, tariff you at 100% or some crazy shit.
Yeah,
he just needs some public thing that he can point to. Yeah. It doesn't have to be actually super important.
It doesn't have to be at all. And he can make it up if he wants to, but like still, like if he had a signing ceremony, right? He has a signing ceremony where he says, hey, look at me, I just renegotiated that. That's a win. And then Fox News will just like run with it. And sort of media will just say it again. Like he promised it. He came in with his strong tariffs and he like pulled those countries and he let them know he wasn't going to be walked over. Like America first, right? That's it. Right? And that's a victory that he can just keep touting. And he'll never let people forget it. He'll never let people forget it, right?
Yeah.
So there's that. In terms of Gaza, I think there's a possibility, a slim one. Biden, at least look at Biden. Biden is genocidal. Genocidal. Donald Trump doesn't like Muslims. He doesn't give a fuck about Muslims, right? General Biden is genocidal. He is fully on board with the project of this genocide. Fully on board. He just doesn't like the way it like embarrasses him, right? He was trying to like, be a peacemaker, right? Like he wanted a deal, right? He wanted to be able to tell that he got a deal done. Not one that would help the people of Gaza. He doesn't give a fuck about those people. But one where like he could like say like, oh, I ended a conflict. But he's fine with the conflict continuing. He can stop the conflict. If he wanted to, he could stop the conflict, right? That's not what he wanted. He wanted a deal. That was more important than anything else. So if Biden had gotten reelected, that would 100% the war would have continued until like they exterminated everyone. With Biden's been paid.
With Trump, you mean?
Sorry, Trump, excuse me.
Oh, with Biden.
Sorry, I meant Trump, excuse me. I didn't mean. Well, Biden too. The Democrats take money from AIPAC and all that, right? They're actually very well paid, 100%. From the Israel lobby. But for Trump as well, he got paid, specifically by Miriam Adelson, she was the wife of Sheldon Adelson. Do you remember him at all? So Sheldon Adelson was this a casino magnate. If you see a picture of him, you'll never forget it. He was a ugly motherfucker. In a wheelchair and he's like a gremlin. Yeah, that look on your face. Oh, yeah, that's him. Yeah, I don't see your screen, but I know that's him. That reaction, you got the right picture.
Wow.
But he was a rich motherfucker. He multi-billionaire. Casinos like in
he owns Marina Bay Sands in Singapore, which is by far the best casino I've been into in my entire life. It's nothing close to it.
And
wow,
also,
okay.
I was going to say, and also ones in Asia, right? There's a whole thing about that with his taxes. That was a whole saga with them. But in any case, so Sheldon Adelson was a big Republican backer, right, and donor, and he like threw his money around, and he got him a lot of power in the party. Sheldon Adelson is dead now, but Sheldon Adelson was also Jewish, and him and his wife, big Zionists, and they went hard for Israel. They supported Trump, and that like helped like ensure his support for Israel in his first term. In his second term, Israel. So for his campaign, I believe it was $152 million that his widow, Miriam Adelson, provided to Trump. So he's bought. Before he was like a bit unsure, but as soon as the money came in, he's already bought. That being said, I don't know if Trump wants to be rolled by Netanyahu, right? Netanyahu cock slapped Biden across the face again and again, right? Like Biden admitted, he said it on TV. You can look this up. He said it, that Netanyahu was sabotaging the deal, right? Like the ceasefire deals that he was trying to put in place, right? He was actively set up, not just Biden said, a whole list of people within the State Department, within the Israeli government. Netanyahu, right? He keeps changing the terms. Like the Hamas is like, all right, we agree, right? These are the terms. All right, we agree. We got new terms now, right? He kept doing it. And then he came back to Biden would make a tiny noise of disapproval in the media, and then Netanyahu would get him on the phone, and Biden, that little boy, right, was put in his place, right, was slapped around, and he got in line. Don't you fucking dare question Netanyahu. Who's in charge here, him or you, right? And Netanyahu, he let him know, the drooling idiot, right? Slapped him around a bit, and he got him in line. Will that work for Trump though? Like if Trump thinks he's being jerked around, well, he's already got the money, right? The money is done. He's president.
Check is cashed.
Yeah, like the check is cashed. What have you done for me lately? If you embarrass Trump, he might actually push back.
Yeah.
That's a slim hope. A very, 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 very slim hope.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. Cool. Anything else? This was good.
Okay. This isn't about politics.
Okay.
I wanted to get your opinion on the Lily Phillips situation.
Oh God. Okay.
100.
All right.
Gangbang. Or orgy. It wasn't a gangbang, I guess. Probably like it's a conga line. More
No, it wasn't an orgy. No, that's the thing. It was one-on-one with all of them.
Yeah. Conga line.
So it's not an orgy. It was a one-on-one. Yeah. I think it's terrible. Because this is, I think, when I kind of talked to me, you, I know Fanatic was in that conversation. There was a couple of people in that conversation. This was probably like 2 years ago now. I can't remember. But I think sex work should be legal. And people who want to go down that path, that's their thing, and it's whatever. I think what we can see that's happened since we had that conversation, it might have even been more than 2 years ago, because this was before OnlyFans, I think, we was having that conversation.
OnlyFans has been
if we look at like the
streaming.
You said what now?
OnlyFans has been here for longer than I've been.
Well,
streaming.
like the explosion of OnlyFans, I should say. Because I think it actually people sold artwork on when they sold artwork on there. We were having this conversation instead of like actual porn. But my fear has always been the increased sexualization of women. I think, in addition to it, it's like I don't know if you have many female friends, but a lot of people ask them like, when are you going to create your OnlyFans? And it's to the point now where it's from like a expectation standpoint. It's not like I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like our social attitude towards women in sex work has changed extremely drastically since we had that previous conversation, which is what I thought was going to happen. And it's now seen as a career like strategy. It was just like desperate women or like people that were like for some reason not able to go into other places. Like people didn't like aspire to be prostitutes. But I feel like it's more common now. And maybe it could be the circles that I'm in and stuff like that. But I think if you found out a girl that you knew for a long time did OnlyFans, you wouldn't be shocked today. But a few years ago, you'd be like, wait, she has OnlyFans? But now I'm like, oh, of course she has OnlyFans. And this changing of our social landscape is what I don't like. So if it was just like, I don't know, they need a quick buck or like it's just something they really, really want to do, that's different. But I think people think they want to do this now, but it's really the social landscape has made it where it seems like a good idea. And that's why they're doing it.
I disagree. To a certain extent. I mean, obviously, and there's like a cultural inertia to these things, and it gets people caught up who weren't going to otherwise do it, right? Like I've said it about the trans issue, right? That I think most people who are trans who like have an innate feeling about it. But I think there are some people who are gravitating towards this just because it's in the culture, you know? We're talking about it. So
social contagion.
Yeah, social contagion. So I can see that also being the case for porn and OnlyFans, right? It's on our lips. Sorry. But so granted, but beyond, I think that there have always been people since porn became a mass media thing, since a porn star was a thing, because that's a new invention, right? Sex work is the oldest profession, but porn star is brand new because that came along with mass media. Since that became a thing, there have been people who wanted to do this, right? There were plenty of women who showed up in San Bernardino Valley, right? I think it's San Bernardino, whatever. But the Porn Valley, right? Girls who spent their last dollar, to get on that bus and show up there to make it big. So that's always been the case, right? Like, simply what we're seeing now is that the barrier of entry is falling. And just like with YouTube, right? There have been, like, you could say only a few people really wanted to be Hollywood actors or famous, right? Who of course they dreamed about it. Sure, people had fantasies. But how many people actually wanted to do it? Well, then social media exploded, and then everyone's out there, right? Whoring themselves out in a different way. Me included.
Like California is the homeless crisis in the United States. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. But yeah,
people should move away from California. Yeah, but keep going.
Sure. But everywhere, right? We see this, right? People, a chance to get that level of attention. This is just a slightly different type of attention, right? With possibly a higher payout. So I think that people now have the tools to do what they would have done any which way, right? Once the tools were available and the barrier to entry was lower, then people are taking advantage of this, right? I think that's all we're seeing. And I'm not. Well, I also that idea you said people expect that of women now. We've always, I think this is a recency bias thing, because we only live in the time that we live in. But we've always sexualized attractive women, right? We've done it since mass media was a thing, right? We've always sexualized attractive women. We've always made comments about attractive women. You were a child when, before, when the internet was still young, right? You were a child, so you don't know what it was like then. But yes, women have always.
Oh no, I was on that. I was on that internet. Yeah, it was chaotic. But so yes, I agree that women get sexualized. I think it's a different. It's still sexualization for sure, but I think it's different to expect that you can readily gain access to naked pictures of women.
Well, yeah,
and that's what I think people have
the tool, but we didn't have the tool to do it before, right?
No, but we had cell phones, or we had MSN Messenger, or we had.
If you were on the internet back then there was plenty of porn back then as well. But there was an expectation that you could go on even before Google was a thing, right? That you could go on the internet, you could find boobs.
No, that's different though, because I agree with you there. But that was the proliferation of professional studio porn. It's different for girl, woman, XYZ that I know or grew up with. You're expecting porn from that person. That's different from I'm expecting that I can go onto this new thing called the internet and find porn. That's way different.
Oh, okay. This hot girl. Yeah, I mean, so okay. I agree that specifically porn star, not sex worker in general. There've been plenty of sex workers everywhere through all time, right? But porn stars.
I think. Wait, hold on. I agree with you that these things fall under the same label, but I think they're so different that it's kind of unbecoming to use the same word. Sex work traditionally was people are fucking. Sex work now is there's lonely or dispossessed men that are sending messages to women to get their picture of the day sent back to them. That's fundamentally a different thing. People are trying to form parasocial bonds with their OnlyFans actor, and that is sex work, but that's fundamentally different from paying a girl money, having sex with her, and then going on about your life.
Okay. I have to hold on. Let's.
It's like subscription sex work. We should say that. Yeah.
Definition of. I mean, then all you're doing then is just like breaking down to a different category, right? I can say
No, but
sex work is a wide umbrella.
I think it's a different man that invests in those two activities.
Hold on. Before we
Yeah,
go
go
there,
ahead.
right? Let me get this thing out. But let's definitely talk about the definition of sex work. With porn stars, right? Porn stars is a very specific category that didn't exist. Shit, what was I going to say previously? I think I might have lost it.
You were going to differentiate porn star and sex work, I think, maybe.
I might have lost it. But I was going to say that porn stars are new to society. I don't know. I think I lost it. All right. Well, let's just go over the definition of sex work. Maybe I'll get it back. But I think that sex work has always been broad. We're adding new categories, sure, but sex work has always been broad. Sex work was never limited to just sleeping with an individual. So I had this conversation just years ago on the channel, right? Back when we were a bit more popular back then, right? But it was doing an open panel. Your best friend, Vivian Wolf, and me were having a conversation. And a whole bunch of people were there, right? This is back when we were really, really active. And I remember like Eris. Do you remember Aristocracy?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I
was
love
there.
Eris.
I forget if Joe was there. There was a few women there.
It was but you said it was an open. Gotcha.
Yeah, it was open panel.
I was it was a Lily panel, but yeah,
No, open panel. And like we started bouncing back and forth, like me and Vivian, this idea about like sex work, right? Because it had come up. I'm like, well, sex work is any time you use sex, use any sort of titillation to get goods or services. Like specifically, you're making an active decision to use that to get a good or services, favors, whatever, right? And that really expands it, right? Because then that means that like sex work could be a woman who like shamelessly flirts with her landlord, right? Like when the landlord comes around, low cut tops, right? Tiny shorts, and I guess I don't have it, right? Oiled up chest, like tight cleavage,
Sounds
oiled
like
up, right?
Opening scene.
Yeah. Well, yeah, actually it does. It sounds like an opening scene. But there's no sex that happens, right? She knows that he's kind of into her, right? And she like runs her finger on his chest or whatever the fuck, right? I just need more days. Promise. Right there, what she just got was a service, right? Something of value, right? Extra time to pay her bill. That's sex work, right there.
It's not.
It absolutely is. It's sex work when you are creating
coercion. I don't think sexual coercion is sex work.
That's not sexual.
No,
There's no coercion there. It's coercion.
No, I said sexual. Yeah, that is sexual. She's putting on clothing to be revealing to convince him to give her a few days.
You're forgetting the definition of coercion. We can look it up. That's not coercion. What are you talking about, buddy?
She's getting him to do something he otherwise wouldn't do.
That's not coerced, though, but that's convincing. That's convincing someone. That's not coercion. Coercion is to force them.
Are you drunk?
No, I never drink, so I'm not. The act of conversing, power, ability to converse, the application
the practice of persuading someone to do something by using force or threats. You don't have to use force or threats.
Yes, that's the coercion.
You don't have to use force or threats.
No. That's the difference between coercion and like a negotiation. What are you talking about?
Okay, no. Okay, there's the first definition on dictionary.com doesn't include force or threat. To compel to an act or choice, which is what I was thinking. The first definition.
Yes. but you're not being compelled. What does compel mean?
Let's go compel. Define compel. Okay. All right, we'll do this game. We'll do this.
We will.
To drive or urge forcefully or irresistibly. To cause, to do by overwhelming pressure. To drive together.
Overwhelming pressure. This is
yes, overwhelming sexual pressure.
Oh my God, flirting. Sorry,
I don't think chorus needs force, bro. You won't ever get me.
Absolutely does.
No. Chorus and persuade are pretty much synonyms.
Okay, so we're gonna have to agree. Just
let's look at the thesaurus. We're looking at thesaurus. Thesaurus.com. We'll just trust it. If I'm gonna type in chorus and I'm gonna see if persuade comes up as.
But hon, it doesn't.
Maybe I just gotta give you. I'll give you this. Okay, but I should say persuade. I'll change my word to persuade.
Okay,
though.
Sexual persuasion. Yeah, fair enough. That's exactly what I would have called it.
Yeah, sexual persuasion. Yes.
So
you won. Yeah. Finally, listen. This has never happened in the history of our friendship. This is like I can't believe it. I mean, I'm giving it to you, even though like I could argue it now, but I'm gonna give it to you. But okay, so it's like 20,000 to 1 now. But anyway, yes, all forms of sexual persuasion are not sex work. No, it's not. That's crazy. That's crazy talk.
100% is.
That's crazy talk.
It's your opponent. You're getting something valuable. What are you getting? Like that's what, like prostitutes. Hold on. What do? They use sex to get something valuable, usually money, right? That's
it's a different level of using your body.
Hold on. What's the difference between in this situation where his dick is hard, right, and he gets his dick sucked, or he doesn't get his dick sucked?
You want to? You know what? You brought up using definitions. You know, let's just do it. The exchange of sexual services, performances, or products for money or other compensation. This isn't a sexual service.
Yeah, it's a service.
That's not a sexual service.
Yes, it is a sexual service.
She gave him a service.
Wait, hun. How's it not? Strippers, right? In many places, you can't touch strippers, right? But like they dance around you, right? They titillate you for money. You would say that's sex work.
Did you say she danced on him? Oh, I didn't know you said she danced all over the landlord.
No, never even touch them. There's plenty of places where they never even touch them, right?
I didn't say touch, but stripping is much different than coercing your landlord or the police officer.
You would call it sex work, correct? You wouldn't call strippers. You only call stripping sex work.
Oh, strippers, yes.
Yeah, okay. So strippers, right? In many states, not all states, but in many states, you can't touch them. Period. No touching, period, right?
Yes.
But they are scantily clad. They're dancing around for the purpose of getting something valuable out of you, right?
No, but the fact of it being a service is because you can go there and expect that type of exchange to happen. So the industry itself is also a part of why it's sex work.
What?
If I was single and I hit a girl up to come over and she comes over and dance on me and leaves, I can't be like, oh yes, she just gave me sex work.
Service, yes. No. Actually, no.
This is insane.
Hold on.
Nobody agrees with this.
Wait. I take it back. What I just said.
You take it back? So you lost. Okay.
No.
Just this stream is one up.
Because I misunderstood what you were saying just now. If you're saying just because you're single and you get a girl to come over and you there's no remuneration, well then that's what doesn't make it sex work. If you are paying her, right? If you're going to provide her with a meal, right?
Continue our relationship. I'm a single person. I continue the relationship with her where, it might include meals, it might include trips, blah, blah, blah.
Well, then, we call out gold diggers for that all the time. We call gold diggers for exactly what you just talked about.
We don't call gold diggers sex workers.
Yes, we do. We
don't.
This is blowing my mind.
No one does. No. I want you to understand. No one does.
Yes,
it's not just me.
God.
It's no one outside of it. If you put up a poll right now that said, "Are gold diggers sex workers?" You think people are going to respond?
Diggers.
You lost your mind.
You lost your mind. Workers.
Of course not.
Of course they are.
Of course not. This is insane. You won't find anything that agrees, except like a far left, like
exploring modern sex work.
pansexual blog or something.
NYU Press, exploring modern sex work. An excerpt for Sex Work Today. That talks about what a surprise, gold diggers. Sugar dating. Yeah, what counts as sex work?
Sugar dating is extremely different from gold digging.
It's practically the same thing. They're like they're not like identical twins.
They're not in the same universe.
They're not identical twins. They're fraternal twins. They're
No.
fraternal twins.
No,
What are you talking about?
like the most fundamental difference is whether or not the male knows what's happening. We call
it's
gold
not.
diggers people that sell men. I want to be with you. We're in a relationship,
I don't
and
think
I'm
that's
only
necessary.
actually here for the money. A sex baby or whatever they call it. Those people,
sugar baby. Sex
it's
baby.
known that whatever sex, yeah, but it's known that their interaction is based off his ability to provide money.
No,
It's
no.
fundamentally different.
No. Gold diggers can be predatory.
No.
No. The gold diggers can be
No, I
predatory.
agree
the
that
way
they
you're
can be
talking about,
predatory, but they're
they can
lying to the
also be
man.
honest. No, they can also be honest gold diggers, and it's the same thing. It's the
No, that's
same,
called a sugar baby. What you
It's
sugar,
the same thing.
Whatever.
It's the same thing. Like gold diggers just has a negative connotation to it. It's just like
No.
people call sugar babies gold diggers all the time. What are you talking
And they
about?
shouldn't do that because that's incorrect.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's just it's a negative term for them, but they're doing the exact same thing. Gambit doesn't
No,
understand
it's an
sex work.
incorrect
This is amazing.
term.
I'm glad we're talking about this, Gambit.
No,
You didn't realize you
bro.
didn't understand.
No one.
We got to dig
No
into the
one could-
definition. People do it all the time. What are you talking about? Like, it's crazy.
No
that you
one
say this.
considers a gold digger sex worker. No one.
I literally just
Except
found you an
you.
example. But an article right here. But we can, and I can send that to you, right? I'll send it to you. And I can find others.
No.
Don't worry, I'll find others, right? So,
No, find me human beings that we can actually touch.
Human beings. Certainly not on there. Like
These might be AI generated articles, bro. I don't believe this.
from the
Nobody,
from
no.
the NYU Press. What are you talking about? Okay.
Why wouldn't a large
Okay, whatever.
thing use some
Okay,
kind of
sure,
LLM to
whatever.
generate
Whatever.
articles for
The
them?
cult is
No
real
human
here.
being believes it. Like,
Our
no, bro, I'm
gold
willing to bet lots of
diggers,
I'm willing to
sex
bet lots of
workers.
money that no one is
The term
gonna call.
Gold digger was a slang which has its roots in the 20th century, is especially popular with chorus girls and sex workers. Gold diggers rose in popularity. This is the first thing that comes out of Google. I think this is from Wikipedia.
What? You know what you're reading? You know what you're reading right now? You're reading commentary about Latinx. There's some ridiculous
it's in the
people.
Wikipedia article. It's right there. Sex workers. What are you talking about? You don't know what-
Because the elites made that. You're reading Latinx.
Oh, the elite?
You're reading Latinx content. That's what you're reading. That's Latinx, bro. That's what you're reading right now. Oh no, yeah, we call these people Latinx. That's their names, and they love it. That's what you're reading right now.
Okay, so
No one, bro.
they are saying, what is our illusion? See, sex.
What is chorus girls?
I don't know what a chorus girl is. I'm not sure about that. Let's look at a little tiny thing.
Of course, nobody knows anything in this stupid ass article because it's written by some elite motherfuckers that don't know about social commentary. Bro, I'm telling you, no one, like, bros, gold diggers are looked at as bad because they are misleading the man that they're with, that they're just trying to use for their resources to divorce them later.
Strippers do it all the time. Strippers sell men a dream. Yeah,
No,
they do
but
all the time.
everybody understands what's happening there. There's a level of agency that exists in that.
You just talked about previous in your definition. You're talking about desperate, lonely men, right? Reaching out to these girls, forming a parasocial relationship in OnlyFans, right? But they also have been doing it with strippers, right? Desperate, lonely men, like trying to reach out, have a connection. What do you think fucking gold diggers are doing out there? Reaching out to lonely men, to have a connection
No.
for the remuneration of goods and services.
Bro, the level of
Absolutely.
agency is
It's
way different.
crazy. It's
The level of
crazy.
agency is no, bro. There's no way there's other human beings that think what you're saying right now. There's not.
So gold digging is the least respectable form of prostitution. So this is from Reddit. Where they link gold digging to
Where
prostitution.
niggas that don't take baths go
okay,
to.
hold
Like,
on.
no.
Oh, the wrong person. Oh my god. Like you can't accept this L. Oh my
Bro,
god.
niggas that post on Reddit constantly. There's
no.
a like no, listen.
No,
No,
okay.
listen.
Okay.
There is actual research that shows the more a user posts on Reddit, the less likely it is they take a bath. And I don't want to listen to those people, bro. I don't. But yeah, bro, I'm telling you, gold.
Okay, here from salon.com. Salon.com, talking about Anna Cole Smith, who was a famous gold digger, right? Search for the term sex work in there, right? As a former sex worker, I've experienced a sugar relationship, and the most harm comes from the stigma attached, right? So another article talking
but
about
no, that's not saying what you said.
Sex
that just had the word sex work in it.
No, this is a sex worker talking about how this is sex work. This is the
She
article.
was a sex worker, can be a gold digger, but that doesn't mean that when that person is doing sex work, it's the same as when they're gold digging.
This is talking about this article. Hold on, I'll send it to you too,
bro. Listen, Prime.
You gotta accept.
I don't know if the term gold digging started from Black culture. Most likely it did. You're looking at the opinion of pansexual white people about what they think gold digging is. They're wrong. That's not how those terms are used.
I ain't saying she's a gold digger. Sex work, money, and upward mobility. All right, here we go. Another article right there. Hold on. I got more. I can keep finding you more. Right? You want to accept this L? You want this L is for you. You know what you should have said?
L is for you should have said this. You should have said, I ain't saying she's a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke niggas. Which comes from Kanye West. Which is talking about women. Have you listened to that? Do you want to listen to that song right now? Do you want to listen to it?
I don't
need to. Do you want to listen to what the context of the song is about? The entire content. She got you for 18 years. 18 years, and it's not his kid. It's all about lying to the man to get access to his resources.
No,
that's what gold digging is about.
I agree that gold diggers can do that.
It's not sex work.
It is, but it is sex work. Like getting something. Okay, whatever.
It's not.
This is an academic paper talking about
of course by a pansexual blue hair attack helicopter gender fucking leftist, bro. I don't give a fuck about a research paper on gold digging. You think I give a fuck about a research paper? Send me some popular black media on it. No. Wait, no.
This L is for you. This L is for you. It is.
You sent me a research paper?
You think it's too much? Oh, it's too much.
This shit is not worth the fucking like storage fee on the server, bro. A research paper from a white liberal on what gold digging? No, bro. No, nobody cares about that.
This L is for you.
Find me black content. No, find me some black content.
Black people are only real people. Black people are only real people.
No. This word is an artifact of black culture. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying because that's why I said that's why
I don't know if that's the case. Actually.
It definitely is.
The term gold digger.
I bet the usage of gold digger after Kanye West probably skyrocketed.
It says the Wikipedia article says the term gold digger was a slang term which has its roots in the 20th century. Is especially popular. Gold digger was in usage and popularity of Avery Hopwood's play The Gold Digger in 1919.
Yeah, they also invented cornrows. That's what you want to read. You want to see where cornrows came from? You want to see the blonde-haired white woman that created cornrows that black women have been wearing forever? That's what you. We don't own Wikipedia, bro, so we don't get it out.
Okay, well, sure. Well, you can also find a source that says that gold diggers came from black people. I don't know if they did.
It's so known that I don't even know if it'd be written. It's like water is wet. It's like go find me articles on the first sighting that water is wet.
Oh, conveniently. So I don't have to. So I have to provide sources.
No, I didn't say no. I didn't ask you to provide anything. You started doing that.
No. You asked bullshit. You just asked for sources. So hold on.
No, I didn't. No. I said find me a person. I said a person.
A person.
I said a person.
A person's a source.
No.
Gambit. No, hold on, Gambit. Then you asked me something stupid. Did you think that I was going to like go out and find a black person in the neighborhood?
Yes. That's what I was asking you to do. You started looking up research papers from Ivy League pansexuals. I never asked you.
It's right here.
Wait. Did I say, hey, Prime, I need a research paper from a pansexual? I didn't say that. No.
Take this L. It's for you, my friend.
No.
It's a gift.
No. No one thinks this.
Wow.
I really think no one, too.
Except all the people that I've already provided you evidence. And yet you have provided me no evidence.
Okay, wait. No, wait. This is going to be my evidence. Next Thursday on ABE. Is Bam going to bam this? I don't know if Bam is going to bam this. Okay. All right. Listen. Let's agree to something. If you get What's Up Smooth to agree with you, I'll say you're right.
I don't care. No,
neutral party.
Hold on. There's a black woman.
No. What's Up Smooth?
No. I'm not gonna.
That's probably fucking Rachel Dolezal. No, I need to actually know this black person.
It's a black woman talking about black women. Could black women be gold diggers and relating it to sex?
Black women don't post on Medium. They don't post blogs on Medium.
And you see her portrait right there. Her name is Erica Jean. It's Erica Jean is her name. Right there.
She's not even quoting the Wikipedia. Get this shit out of my face, man. Get this out of my face.
So?
This motherfucker is no black woman talking about gold digging is gonna quote Wikipedia. Stop it, Prime. Stop it.
This L.
Prime, this is insane.
This L. I keep.
Prime, you think black human?
I keep.
Prime.
I look at Wikipedia. Am I not black?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Don't try to change this. We all look at Wikipedia to find out information. Nobody is going to Wikipedia as a source for what is gold digging. It don't, bro. No,
we just did that. Okay, whatever.
No, you did that. You did that. I was against it as soon as you started.
Then am I black?
Hold on, wait. Did I not?
Black?
No, you are black, but you've admitted that you're not as versed in black culture before, so I can hold that against you right now.
No,
but listen,
I am plenty versed in black. I never said that I'm not versed in black.
These are your words, not mine. I'm not saying this. You said this. You're like, of course I don't know who these people are because I don't know as much about blah, blah, blah. But listen, Prime, no black woman talking about gold digging is going to go to Wikipedia to see what they have to say. No,
yeah, whatever.
But we're going to talk to Smooth. Smooth is a neutral party. We're just going to say, hey, Smooth.
I don't care. No, hold on. I don't care what Smooth thinks.
Why not?
I don't think Smooth is neutral at all. Like, first of all, no, I'm not resting my case.
He's not in this conversation. He's
neutral. I don't care. I don't need to prove my case to Smooth. Fuck no. No, I don't do that.
Yes, you did.
I don't know.
Yes, you did. I don't even think you could get Joe to agree with what you're saying.
I don't care. I've already proven my point.
You haven't. You've sent me articles from
I've sent you source after source, and you've sent me nothing. And you have.
I don't need to.
This L is for you.
You're trying to get me to convince you water is wet.
Is for you. You have no source. Like when did black people come up with that?
I can
accept that they did. No, I can accept that black people came up with the name, right? But where's your source? I'm waiting for it. Where's that source?
Oh.
You got evidence? No evidence for anything.
Okay, I'm gonna provide evidence. No. Hold on. Wait. No.
All I have to prove is that
I'm gonna provide evidence
with sex workers, and I've done that in spades already.
Okay, all right. You needed evidence, so I'm gonna have to give you evidence. All right, cool. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I need evidence.
Hey, yo, stream. I'm sorry, but I gotta do this because niggas start asking me about some shit, so I have to do it. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, stream. But we gotta go through this just because Prime asked for it. All right. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. go ahead and hit that play button.
Yeah.
All right.
She take my money when I'm in need. Yes, it's a trifling.
I know the words to the song.
No,
I've
no,
listened to it
no,
many
just
times.
stringless.
Gold digger,
Oh, she's what?
way over town.
He's a gold digger.
That digs on me.
Yeah.
She give me money.
Now I ain't saying she a gold digger,
I'm in need.
but she ain't messing with no broke.
Give me money.
Now I ain't saying she a gold digger,
I'm in need.
but she ain't messing with no broke.
I got 'em.
Get down, girl, gon' head, get down. Get down, girl, gon' head, get down. Get down, girl, gon' head, get down. Get down, girl, gon' head. Cutie the bomb, met her at a beauty salon with a baby Louis Vuitton under her underarm. She said, I could tell you rock, I could tell by your charm. Far as girls, you got a flock, I could tell by your charm and your arm, but I'm looking for the one. Have you seen her? My psychic told me she have a like Serena, Trina, Gina for Lopez, 4 kids, and I gotta take all they bad to showbiz. Okay, get your kids, but then they got their friends. I pulled up in the Benz, they all got a bin. We all went to den, and then I had to pay. If you f***ing with this girl, then you better be paid. You know why? Take too much to touch her. From what I heard, she got a baby by Buster. My best friend said she used to f with Usher. I don't care what none of y'all say, I still love her. Now I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke. Now I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke. Get down, girl, gon' head, get down. Get down, girl, gon' head, get down. Get down, girl, gon' head, get down. Get down, girl, gon' head. 18 years, she got one of your kids, got you for 18 years. I know somebody paying child support for one of his kids. His baby mama car crib is bigger than his. You will see him on TV any given Sunday. Win a Super Bowl and drive off in a Hyundai. She was supposed to buy your shorty Tyco with your money. She went to the doctor, got lipo with your money. She walk around looking like Michael with your money. Shoulda got that insured Geico for your money. If you ain't no punk, holla, we want prenup. We want prenup, yeah. It's something that you need to have. Cause when she leave, she gon' leave with half. 18 years, and on her 18th birthday, found out it wasn't his. Now,
All right. So,
Oh.
gold digging is, if I had to summarize what Ye just told us, it is a extremely hypergamous woman who is attempting to secretly extract resources from an individual. It's not sex work.
I mean, first of all, there was no secrets involved in what he described. It
It's
wasn't secret.
everything he involves. Yes.
No, maybe because later on he says like, yeah, he finds out it's not the child's not his, right? That part's a secret.
But even the other parts where he was talking about, she gets lipo with the money, even though it's supposed to be used for something else, and like all of it is about trickery.
But the car is bigger than his. He drives off in a Hyundai. He can see her car. The car's not secret. The
No.
payments aren't secret. The fact that she trapped him into it is not secret.
Wait. Okay, wait. I should restate because I understand the contention that you're making.
Okay.
What's secret is that's the only reason she's there. And it's not actually for him. He thinks he's in a committed relationship and he's giving
Baby mama.
gifts and showering a
Baby
person
mama.
that he loves.
Baby mama.
What?
He said baby mama. Baby mama. Not like he
Wait,
didn't
what?
say his committed relationship. I mean, maybe later on in the song it says
The
committed
entire
relationship.
context is committed relationship.
Well, some of it, but it could be a baby
All
mama.
of it.
Doesn't necessarily have
Not
to
some
be.
of it, all of it.
Okay, I don't have to fight on that point. It doesn't matter. But like, even if he is in I understand. I don't know why you're explaining this part to me. I've already admitted that part like a half hour ago that they can be pernicious and predatory. Agreed.
No, but this isn't
Agreed.
predator. I think this level of manipulation is fundamentally different from the relationship of a sex worker. You understand that a sex worker is what is in front of you. With a gold digger, that's not understood. That's why they're different.
No.
That's why we don't just call them prostitutes. They're a specific thing.
No. Yes, because there's different categories of sex work. Agreed. Yes, there's different categories of sex workers that like do different things, and we have different labels for them. But that doesn't mean they aren't all under the category of sex
No,
work.
we don't call
As
them
I've
sex
proven
workers.
to you all I have to prove is that
Okay, Admiral Gibbs is in chat. Let's ask Admiral Gibbs.
I don't need to ask Admiral Gibbs. Doesn't matter. Like
Nobody does this, Prime. Nobody.
Except for all the sources that I don't have to rest my case on one of the.
I don't care about blue-haired pansexual leftists.
They're not all leftists. The only people who talk about whatever. It doesn't matter, right? You lost this. Like I'm
gonna send you papers. I'm about to send you papers from the Latinx Research Center. That's what I'm about to do. Because that's what you're sending me. If we're trading Latinx papers, then let's just do that. I guess that's what we're doing.
Okay, sure, go ahead. Whatever.
Like, if you want to send me more Latinx papers, do that.
So Admiral Gibbs, thank you for resubbing. And help me out. Gambit just destroyed my ability to get ads on this video on YouTube. That ad money's gone. But
you can take that out.
What do you mean?
Oh, no, from the stream.
Yeah, not for the stream. No, it's gone. I'm gonna get an email from YouTube like, that money's gone, demonetized.
You should have told me not to play it.
It's whatever. But like everyone else, like consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Or resub, because I know a lot of you got subs just now, or just a few days ago. So consider resubbing, like our friend Admiral Gibbs just did for 16 months. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs. Or using Super Chat or gifting bits, all those good stuff really help us out. So put a little money in the pocket. Anyway, so Admiral Gibbs, I'll ask you, right? My case doesn't rest on you, but like I'll ask you any which way.
It does.
Admiral Gibbs, do you think gold diggers count as doing sex work, right? Are they under the
Admiral Gibbs?
Is gold digging
I'm sticking to smooth, but let's ask him.
Is gold digging under the
there might be social context he doesn't have.
So for Admiral Gibbs, so like the reason why I say this is because I think that sex work is more expansive than just like sleeping with a person. It is the act of using sexual titillation, prowess, whatever, right, to get goods and services. However you manage to do that, right? So I say it could be from prostitution through.
He's already responded. I don't know what he said. Can you read it for him?
No,
I can't.
No gold diggers aren't under the category of sex work. I disagree. That's just a dating preference. Just a dating preference? Okay. Do you agree with them? That's a dating preference?
It's a dating preference from the female point of view. If that's what he's saying. It's like super hypergamous women.
I don't.
But it's hypergamous women that are willing to hide their true wants.
Gold diggers literally have sex with men for money. You literally have sex with them for the purpose of getting money. Yeah, but the
contract isn't the same.
Do that. They literally do this.
Yes.
And then you're like, well, that's not sex work. Amazing. But
no, because because to the man, the reason he thinks the sex is happening is because he doesn't think
they're upfront about it. He doesn't think gold diggers are upfront about it. I keep telling him, of course they can be upfront about it, but
no, they can't be.
Gibbs,
they can't be. Gibbs, it's embedded into the word gold digger. They're not sugar babies or whatever the word you said earlier. Sugar women or. Yeah, they aren't sugar babies. Know this word. Matter of fact, the fundamental difference between a sugar baby and a gold digger is that one of them is honest about their intentions and the other isn't.
Look, it's fine if you want to make that distinction. I don't think that is a distinction that has to be made, but whatever.
It's incredibly important.
It does it's not okay, but okay. Let's say I'm gonna stipulate that. I'm gonna stipulate that gold diggers. Here's Admiral Gibbs. Hey Gibbs, can you hear us, friend?
Yeah, yes, sir. How you doing?
All right. Always happy to have you, Gibbs.
Happy to hear, yeah.
Yeah. So
you happy to have him right now because he agree with you.
He already disagreed with me. What are you talking about? Whatever.
Gibbs is wrong. Gibbs is wrong.
Okay, so he's wrong
First,
when he
you'll
was
find out
agreeing
men are
with
wrong.
you. Great, I agree.
Gibbs,
that
listen.
was wrong.
Gibbs, listen.
He was. Hold on,
Listen,
let-
yeah.
What
Let me-
is the
no, you
question?
got to plead.
What is the
Hold
question?
on, wait. You got to plead with him, Prime. I get my chance to
He
plead with
doesn't
him.
have the question.
All right, Gibbs. We've been having a conversation about whether or not gold diggers are sex workers. I think for someone to be considered a sex work, the service that they need to be providing needs to be known by the person who's purchasing or whatever their involvement is. Specific to gold diggers, and I don't know if this is Black culture or it's like all culture
Yeah,
in
because
America.
but
specific specific to Black culture, we call someone a gold digger when they are secretly with the person for their resources. So what you were saying about they can be upfront with it, that's a sugar baby. That's a person like that's or gigolo if it's a man or blah blah blah. They're going into this situation knowing that the other person is there primarily for resources. What we call a gold digger is someone who is primarily there for resources, but they're hiding that and they're acting like they're actually there for love. And that's where the whole Kanye West song and everything is like elucidating and everything. So fundamentally, how we've separated sex workers and sugar babies is that sugar babies are doing it privately. Now, because the male is not knowledgeable in the gold digger situation, I don't think that qualifies as sex work, even though they are exchanging sex for goods. It's because the male is not, they don't have the same agency in that situation as the female.
And Prime, what were your thoughts? Prime,
Yeah. Yeah. You want me to make my
what
case?
what was your thought like on that? Did you?
Yeah. So, my thought is again that sex work encompasses anyone using sexual titillation, right? Sexual prowess to get a goods or service, right, or money, right? Like, and that can come in any form. It can come in directly.
No, tell me the example you said.
I'm gonna give them all the examples. Yeah. So
Yes.
I'm gonna give them all the examples.
Well, let me tell you, because I want to make sure you know the example I'm talking about.
Well, let me
So
finish,
Prime,
and then you tell
Prime
the
said
example.
Prime said if a woman
Oh yeah,
needs
I'll
to
give
pay
that
her
example.
rent. Let me give it. Prime said if a woman needs to pay her rent late, so her landlord is coming and knocking on her door. If she dresses in some kind of nice thing and says,
Provocative.
"Can you let me?"
Very specific.
Provocative, whatever. Yeah, she dresses provocatively and she
And
says,
flirts with them.
"Can you let me pay my rent late?" Nothing else is happening other than how she's dressed to answer the door. When she says, "Can you let me pay my rent late?" and he says yes because he's enticed by her beauty, that is also sex work to him. Exactly.
He
That's
was eating.
insane, right?
He was eating.
That's
I
insane.
had to swallow that. I had to think of it. I mean, if it's not, it's a precursor because, like, you have like
No,
a
you can say
transaction.
it's a precursor.
I mean, I don't. It's that's pretty close. Like, because she's definitely getting a tangible benefit from
Yep.
it. I don't know that I would go as far as to say it's sex work, but this is where kind of like the line is blurry on that. However, I do want to say, let me do like interfering a little bit.
Is modeling sex work?
Yeah,
It's a great
and
question.
define some words because we're going to define the important words tonight. Snow bunny and gold digger, real quick. Or not,
Snow bunny is a great
not,
word.
Not snow bunny.
Snow bunny's a great word. One of my
Fuck yeah, that's a
favorites.
good word too. We can find out what we want. Sugar baby. You know, these are the real philosophical topics. I see with me with sugar baby. That's like a pay pig relationship to me. In my experience, all the sugar babies I know, there's an agreement, whether it's sex, whether it's nothing. The man pays, and then the girl, like it's whatever. It's like a financial thing. They don't get like anything. Now on the gold digger side, yeah, I think there are the ones that do it nefariously, but there are many. I'll give you an example. I worked for a divorce law firm for a couple years. And we had this prenup come in, and this woman was super trophy wife. And in the prenup, it was like if she ever cheated or he ever cheated, then she would get like $100K a month kind of shit, right? And it was upfront. She's like, "I'm not marrying you unless I'm guaranteed XYZ money wise." And like, but otherwise, they had like a great relationship. I mean, I think they're still married to this day. But it was like clearly like an upfront gold digging relationship, right? So
I don't
think
see that as gold digging.
What do you mean?
No.
She's marrying him specifically. Their first initial attractions for the money, and I'll be set for life.
He doesn't
No, wait.
understand what
That's
gold
gold
digging
digging.
is. That's his problem.
No, hold on, wait. No, wait. If somebody with the way that cheating happens today, if somebody is wanting to guarantee that they burn you because you're a terrible partner who cheats, that's not even hypergamy. That's just,
she would
that's
agree
just-
to the marriage
that's punitive punishment.
unless she was guaranteed she was financially taken
That's
care of for the
punitive
rest of her life,
punishment.
regardless of whether or not she cheated. That was the like big crux of the prenup thing, right? So
Oh, you didn't say that. So all you said earlier was
so
if
her
he
whole
cheats,
point was like she was guaranteed. Well, or her. The point was she wouldn't get married unless she did the prenup, and in the prenup it included she was going to be guaranteed X amount of money in
Wait,
perpetuity or whatever.
if he cheated or even if he didn't cheat, because that's what you
It
just said.
doesn't matter. However, the marriage comes to an end.
Okay.
Regardless of her or him, she wasn't going to get married unless in a prenup she had definitive documentation she was going to be paid
Okay.
to a certain sum in perpetuity or an X amount.
Okay,
total.
listen.
I don't know.
Listen.
That's
Okay,
gold
listen.
digging, like in its purest
Wait,
form.
wait, wait.
I don't know.
This is what I'll say. It's likely this is gold digging. I don't know what her heart is. If her heart in this is she really wanted to be with this man and she really wanted a long-lasting relationship with him, which it sounds like you're saying maybe they're even still married to this day, then potentially she is someone who is going to sacrifice a lot. Like she's going to be an at-home wife or blah, blah, blah. And she's saying, if I give up my career prospects and everything else to be with you and serve this way that you want in this marriage, I want to be guaranteed that 15 years later, I'm not held with the bag and I have no work experience. I have no way to provide for myself. So I've seen women do that, and I think it makes sense. So I agree with you that sounds like a gold digger, and I will go as far to say that she likely might be one. But depending on the terms of their relationship, what's actually in her heart, I could see someone asking for that, and it not be because they're a gold digger.
Well, I mean, there's always other scenarios. I'm just saying, to me, that seems like a pretty clear cut definition. Anyway, regardless, that's almost like almost a prostitutionatory like kind of thing. Like, there's this like gray level. Well, because she's not even getting married unless she's guaranteed financial incentive. Like, isn't that at the crux of sex work right there? Like, it's really this like gray line where sex work starts and where it's like
Sex work
really like
isn't in relationships.
Hold on, like is it like okay? I know like we don't like to look at it, but I think of humans as all like, as animals, right? And at the crux of it, like all our relationships are based off transactions, like whether we want to admit it or not. Now we have emotions.
Yeah, in some way, yeah.
So like, at what point does it stop becoming a transaction and it starts becoming like, oh,
I have an answer for you
for sex? I don't know. Like it's pretty blurry.
I have an answer for you. When the primary factor in that relationship is resource, then for both parties' perspective, then I think it's sex work. If the primary factor is love or emotion or longing or companionship or blah blah blah, then I think that's not sex work instantly. So I don't think relationships have sex work. But according to Prime's definition, if I'm wanting to get to know a girl and I take her out to the movie and then I smash, that was just sex work that she committed. And it's not. And no one would think it is.
Well,
no.
Close. But I'm going to say one last thing. And then here's what it is.
If you bag a chicken one night, it means y'all had sex work?
Maybe she, maybe she was just ready for paying you back for all the drinks. It could be. I mean, not really. It's pretty. I'm not saying it's sex work, but it could be. You know, it could be close. And I'm going to tell you why you really lost. It's because you sounded like Fabian Liberty trying to make me define all these definitions like snow buddy and
No, Prime did that. Prime was the one. No. Prime was the one that was on Wikipedia.
He convinced me it was you. So,
No. It's just that GSU didn't understand the word coercion, right?
No.
I'm just saying. You know who wins here? The fans. Y'all be good. Thanks for having me on here, guys.
All right, buddy.
All right.
Admiral Gibbs is the real one. I like him. Yeah. So absolutely.
So you think me smashing a chicken one night if I took her to a party is sex work? If I took her out to eat? She got a meal, so that was a goods. That was a service.
No.
That was a shame. That were goods.
It has to be intentional. So if she came out with you just to get that rather than like to get to know GSU Gambit, right? He's a handsome guy in my office. I want to get to know him, right? If she wants to get to know you, and then you guys, yeah, Gab, another person. That's right. Like,
I
like,
know, Joe.
yeah. And they had sex with them on the first date. That's not necessarily sex work. If they just want to get to know each other and they just like, there was a spark or whatever.
You're saying intent is important.
Yeah, intent. I said that from the start. Intent is important. That was.
I said intent is important for the gold digger. Both people have to be intentionally doing it for resources.
No. I didn't say both. I didn't say that. I said one. I said she has to have the intention of.
So you can be you can be a sex worker and the other person doesn't even know you're a sex worker is what you're.
Yeah, obviously. It's happened many times to people. 100%. Hold on. If a guy, okay, so there's a classic situation, right? This is like old sex work, right? But this is a classic situation where there's a guy at a bar and there's an attractive woman who approaches him, right? And he's like, holy crap, like this is super hot woman's approaching me, right? And like they talk, and then she takes him up to his hotel room, right? Attached to the bar. And then they have sex, and then afterwards she's like, okay, well my fee is, like, that's happened before. That you've had sex with a sex worker because you didn't know she was a sex worker. She performed sex work on you. Not that like I say you have to pay. This is, I mean, one thing. I'm not saying you have to actually pay her because you didn't agree to it. But she was a sex worker doing it in the hopes of getting money out of you. Well, then that's sex work. Like that happens in casinos all the time. It will happen in casinos. Like prostitutes would approach people, like guys who are winning in a casino, right? And then like, make all nice with them, get them back to their rooms, right? Have sex with them and say, okay, well now I got a fee here. That happens all the time. What are you talking about? Are you still there? Maybe I was just talking to myself just then. It might be a possibility. Well, hopefully he'll be back in a second. God, he's running from this L. Ending him. Oh man. It's a pretty simple definition.
No, I heard everything you said. I forgot I switched my microphone source. So it's coming through my webcam, not through my headset. My bad.
Okay.
So when I walked out of the room, I could still hear you, but you couldn't hear me talking back.
But trash talking you good.
But in the situation you just presented, where I think the level of relationship, what you're calling out is like a one night stand type situation. And I think that's a little bit different.
Hold on. That's
like a full-fledged relationship where somebody is really just looking for resources.
Yeah, I mean, sure. So, I mean, one night stand technically, but like what I'm talking about is a sex worker sleeping with, and the man not being aware she's a sex worker at the time. But this person is still expecting remuneration afterwards. But that doesn't mean that sex work wasn't done. Right, she wouldn't have slept with him otherwise. She thought this guy had money, right? Maybe again,
I wouldn't even go so far as to say sex work wasn't done.
That's
now, if
crazy.
he pays for it, yeah. But if he doesn't pay, I wouldn't consider that. No,
hold on.
Work.
That's not hold on. That we don't apply the definition for anything else. Plumbing, right?
Yes, we do.
You come into my house, right? And you do plumbing, right? You fix my toilet, right? Expecting money. Now we didn't actually agree on a price or anything previously, right? We're expecting money.
But we agreed that payment was in the situation.
No, we didn't. No. You came in to help. You came to help. Be like, I'm gonna I'm sorry. I'm in the impression you come.
I would call that unpaid labor versus paid labor, and I think sex work is paid labor.
But labor is labor, so work is work. But hold on.
But we're not talking about whether it's labor.
Wait. So, you come in, and I think, oh, my friend Gambit, who is good with plumbing, he's gonna help me out, right? Then you do the thing, but you're like, wait, me Gambit, I'm a very successful plumber, right? And I've done plumbing. I applied my trade for you, and so this is my bill, right? Don't worry, I'll give you a discount because you're my friend Prime, right? But this is my bill. Plumbing work was done, but I'm now disputing the bill.
So let me draw a parallel to this, because there's a professional at a service, okay, and you know that person is a professional at that service, and then you contact them to do some work within their profession, and they completed said task, and maybe they want money. No, you got your turn. You got your turn. You got your turn. Hold on.
Fine.
You said I go to my friend Gambit because he's good with plumbing, and he's a plumber. So he's a plumber. He's a person that plumbs. I went to him to contract them for a service that I know he provides. And he provides said service. So if you intentionally went to a sex worker to get sex work and they give you sex, then sex work happens. But if you don't know that person is a sex worker.
Gambit is an IT executive, right? In the C-suite of some sort of IT company. I don't know what it is, right? But Gambit also happens to be good with his hands, right? Also happens to be a plumber, and my toilet is also like clogged because I shit mighty poops, right? You know, no toilet can handle me. But so you come over to help me out, and then you expect remuneration afterwards. Still, plumbing work was done. And wait. No, wait.
If we got to draw parallels between this, you're saying sex happened. You're not saying sex work happened. Yes, in the situation where the guy at the bar gets tricked by the sex worker to have sex, yes, sex happened, but that doesn't mean sex work happened. That would be the analogy.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm saying no. I'm
just
saying
because sex is happening doesn't mean sex work is happening.
No. The analogy would be plumbing work has happened. I've been plumbed, right? All
right, let's switch up. I'm not doing any plumbing on you. So we got Admiral Gibbs is plumbing you. Okay.
Some man has come in and plumbed me afterwards, right? But there's plum work that's happened, and then there's a dispute. There's a dispute about remuneration. Yeah, because it wasn't agreed to beforehand. But one party's expecting it, the other person didn't. There's a mixed match of expectations, but doesn't mean work wasn't done. That happens all the time in business, right? A mismatch of expectations, and then there's.
And I think when we're calling something sex work, there's not a mismatch in expectations.
That's crazy. That's not how we define it for anywhere else.
Yes, it
talk
is.
About work. Nowhere else.
Yes, it is.
Nowhere else. Hold on. Like, what are you talking about? Okay, like, no, I don't know. Like, all the examples you would say, you would just still say the same thing.
No, that's like saying I tell somebody, hey, we're gonna give you a internship, and there's paid and unpaid internships. That's like saying, well, he came in and worked for you, and he's going to charge a price at the end, and you might not pay him, but that's still called a paid internship. No, there's unpaid internships. There's a difference based off the level of engagement or intent from both parties.
I agree.
So yes,
but there's the intent to get
she gave away free pussy, but that doesn't mean it was sex work.
But the intent is what matters. Like, so for instance,
it's the intent of both parties.
No, not at all. So like that the woman that I gave the renter, right? Like, she can fail.
I got you. Finish.
The landlord, sure. Yes. The landlord can come in and say, like, fuck no, bitch. I need my money right now, right? Or I'm gonna throw you out. But that doesn't matter. Sex work failed, right? She got no remuneration. But she still has sex work. If a prostitute, right? Like, she a client decides not to pay her for whatever fucking reason, right? She did the work. No remuneration, but it's still sex work. But go ahead.
Okay, I got you. Yo, you dealing with a guy, dog. You dealing with the GOAT right now.
So
all right.
Look at him.
Prime goes on a date with a young lady.
Okay.
They have a great time. Prime ends up smashing in one night.
Damn right.
So they're done. Prime hands her $100 and said, "I appreciate that." Did she just commit sex work because you paid her for her service?
No.
But you just said no. It doesn't matter. Like a good was exchanged. The intent doesn't matter. No. A good Like sex happened. Sex happened. She was paid for the sex.
And intent.
She was paid for it.
No. On the worker. Oh, sorry. On one party side. Okay, the person offering it. On one party side, on this, my definition hasn't changed from the very beginning.
Wait. If Gambit comes to your house and fixes your toilet, and you randomly pay me at the end, it was still plumbing service, right?
And I randomly play you. Yeah,
I still gave you a plumb. Yeah. So you're saying it's sex work if you hand the girl $100 and say, "Oh yeah, I appreciate." Matter of fact, you know what? You go to a beach and there's women in their 2-piece suits, and you say, "Hey, I appreciate you for being a sexual object for me," and you just start handing out $20 bills to women at a beach. That's sex work, actually, under your definition, because you got
no, not under my definition. Not because you don't you haven't listened to my definition.
It is. I do understand. I didn't understand at first. I do understand now.
I've said no because you've gotten it wrong repeatedly. You've said, "Oh, well, both people have to do it," right? Like you said, my definition includes both. I said no. Yes. That's not the case, right? I've said it's one person. One person expressing remuneration.
One person. Yeah, so it's the guy that's handing money to the women at the beach. He's handing them money so they commit a sex work.
He's giving remuneration. He's not giving it in that situation. One person, the person expecting remuneration. That person is the person that matters.
Wait, why is that? Why is it that person, not the other person?
Because
what?
This is the person offering the work, right? Like that's because that's the person offering the work, obviously, right? Like,
why does that matter?
Because they're the one. Because they're because they're the one.
You said earlier if sex happens,
because they're the one doing the work, obviously. No, because what? Because yes, because they're the one doing the work.
Hold this out.
That's the reason. That's the reason. I don't know. There's no other reason because they're the one doing
this.
They're the one doing the work. I don't know. That's the reason.
Yeah. I'm gonna print this L. Hold on. I got a printer right here. I'm gonna print this L out for you. Oh, you see that? That's a printer right there. I'm gonna print this L out for you.
You're desperate. You're desperate.
Actually, hold on.
Hold on, you're desperate. Go on. Yeah, you're like.
I got you, bro. I got you, bro.
Screen for you. Put an L on that screen for you.
I got you, bro. My fault.
My definition from the beginning is that the worker, or not the worker themselves, they don't have to be a worker. They don't. For instance, I don't think to engage in sex work, you have to be a sex worker, right? Just like you don't have to be a plumber to do plumbing, right? Like you can just like know how to do that and do it, right? So like that lady, the renter, she's not a sex worker. I wouldn't necessarily categorize that unless that was like her main source of income or a major source of income for her. Like
no, we were talking about whether or not sex would happen. I agree. There's a distinguishing between that, but sex work.
I just want to make sure. Yeah, sure. But for sex, worker, like a plumber is a plumber independent of anyone else. So like we don't need other people to acknowledge that they're a plumber for them to be a plumber. Like that's like that part's unimportant. But for sex, there has to be a delineation because I know it would be ridiculous for me to say that all sex is being done, period, would equal sex work. If there's an advantage given, right? So like, let's say there's a woman, right? And well, basically, like you basically already gave this hypothetical. So, a woman, attractive woman, she, fucks this guy, right? Like, date him.
Just run out. Just like, hey, appreciate that.
Then afterwards, right? He's like, I'm gonna get you a meal. That was great. That was so amazing. Oh my God, I gotta pay you back somehow. I get you a meal. He didn't intend she wasn't looking for a meal. She was just looking to be physically
Doesn't matter.
intimate with this person.
If his intentions don't matter, hers don't matter.
No,
this is equal opportunity.
That's not my definition.
No, this is equal opportunity.
Definition is not mine.
This is
you just keep saying
Prime.
it, but it's not
This
my
is
definition. It's not my
This is
definition.
2024, and we're not sexist.
Not
We're
my
equal
definition.
opportunity. If his
Men can do it
doesn't
too.
matter, her
Men can
intent
offer
doesn't
sex
matter.
work. Absolutely, men can offer. I'm not talking about requesting.
No.
Offer sex work. Yes, men do it too, as well. 100%.
Nope.
Oh, okay,
Nope.
whatever.
Sex work.
You know,
If his
what sex
intent don't
work
matter,
is.
if his intent don't matter, her intent don't matter.
No. I'm saying if he's offering one. If you like, why you're so desperate.
Nope.
I've never seen Gambit this desperate.
No, I'm not
This
desperate. I'm just
He's
equal
like
opportunity.
being obstinate.
Listen.
Like, yeah, I mean equal opportunity too. It doesn't
Listen.
matter what the gender is.
I'm
Why would
equal
that matter?
opportunity.
Of course, it wouldn't matter. I'm saying the person who offers the sex work.
In this case, it
that's their
doesn't
intention.
even matter what your
That
employment
offers the sex. That their intention is the one that matters. Offers the sex is the one that matters. Whether this is sex work,
No, it's
or
not.
or sex play, and whether it's sex work or sex play. For okay, the plumbing, right? Like if the person, sure, plumbing happened, but plumbing work didn't happen, right? So like, if
plumbing work did happen.
No. Listen, right? If we divide this, we say that like what if you came to my house or someone else? You don't want to be the example anymore. That's fine, right? But another person.
Here you go, bro.
For you,
Here you go.
There you
This is
go.
just for you, bro. This is just for you. This is for you.
Screenshot him. Screenshot him.
I'm getting you an award, bro. I'm getting you an award. Bro, hey, look. Look, my brother in Christ.
Good work.
I would like to present you with this L.
Pin that onto
This
your
illustrious
shirt. Pin that
L.
onto your shirt.
This is an
right?
L for the sex work
Pin that onto
that
your
you do.
shirt.
So,
Pin
hey,
it onto your shirt.
I just want to let you know that I
L is
appreciate
for
it.
you. But anyway, my brother. In any case,
Yeah, I'm gonna just start handing out $20 and claiming that people are sex workers. That's what I'm gonna start doing.
not my definition.
Like, yo, she
You're
did sex work. She came here with it.
You're so desperate because you can't actually do my definition. You got to keep changing
I
it.
am.
You
I
gotta,
am.
You
No,
definitely
you
gotta change it
said
because
you said if there's an
deal with it.
exchange. You said if there's any titillation and exchange of goods.
And no,
Yes.
not in exchange. No, not in exchange. No, I didn't say that. Yeah, in
Yes, you did.
Oh no, maybe I might have said that, but I meant
You did.
in expectation.
You did.
Sorry, I meant in expectation. If I said it in exchange, then I misspoke. I apologize. I meant in expectation because it doesn't matter if you actually receive it or not, right? There can be a failed transaction there. They can refuse to give you
Women
whatever.
that go to the beach that are expecting to get this arousal in men and all of this other social validation.
Yeah,
they're doing sex work. Women at the beach are doing sex work.
No,
absolutely.
For money, for goods, for services. Money, goods, services.
No, why does it have to be money, goods, and services?
Stop knowing me because you keep trying to redefine it. Hold on.
So if a girl walks up, if a girl walks up and says,
I'll tell you because you're gonna say some nonsense right now to me.
No.
If
a girl walks up to you
the entire time, right? I set the goalpost firmly into the ground, but Gambit like
no. The girl that got to pay her rent late didn't gain anything.
Yeah,
monetary.
Exactly.
She didn't gain a good or service or anything.
Agreed. Yes, so that's why I say she has to expect. I even reiterated that.
No. Wait. No. Listen. The girl that got to pay her rent late didn't get a good, didn't get a service, didn't get a third thing.
She gets to live in her house, for her home for another few days.
That's not a service.
Yeah, yes it is. Or it's an extension. It's like.
That's not a service.
It's a discount. It's effective. Even effectively a discount, right? Because now you're living in. Hold on. If the terms of the contract are that like you pay $500 every 30 days, right? But now you're paying $500 for 35 days. You effectively
she's still gonna pay her next rent. She's still gonna pay her next rent. You think he's gonna prorate her rent? You think that's what happens? You think? Hold on. So,
no,
hold
it
on.
gets-
Prime, look. Prime, look. No, you're not looking. Look into the camera.
No,
Prime,
you're
look
right,
into the
you're
camera.
right.
So
No,
you
I
think.
was wrong
So,
about that part.
so
No,
you,
you're right. No,
so
you're
you
right,
think.
You're right. I'm saying you're right. I'm saying you're right though. I'm saying you're right. I described that wrong. No, you're correct. I described that wrong, right?
So you agree that it's not
But
prorated?
no, an extension on your loan is a service, right?
No.
Extension. Yeah, I give it. Hey, Gambit, I just loaned you $1,000, which I probably got from you, honestly. But like, I loaned you $1,000, right? And I expect it back. You agree to pay me back, right? But then, and you agree to pay me back in a year. A year later, I come back. And you're like, I don't really have it on me, right? I'm like, okay, you're my pal, right? So in another 30 days. You'll have
you
to
didn't give me.
That's an extension. That's a service. That's absolutely a service.
It's not. It's not.
That's something of value. It's something. It's a good service or money. Something of value like there. Yeah, 100%.
Because it's still the same thing that was gonna be exchanged between those two people.
I'm also a loan shark, and like you get to keep your kneecaps now because like I'm giving you an extra month because you're my allergy issue, right? You get
her contract had no late fees.
You're not going to come back to your little.
Her contract doesn't have late fees
at home, right? Your daughter.
No,
right?
no. Let's say the woman's contract. Hold on. Wait. Let's say the woman's contract doesn't have late fees. So you would now all of a sudden say it's not sex work because she didn't have late fees that she was escaping?
Yeah, actually, yeah. If she didn't have late fees, if you're waiving late fees for her, absolutely, yeah. That's a
no. I'm saying you're not. I'm saying you're not.
What about? Or sorry, not waiving late fees. Oh, sorry. You said so. You said
no. I'm saying the contract has no late fees, so she owed it on the 31st, and now she's paying on the 4th because she wore a busty breast shirt. So you say all of a sudden randomly that's not sex work now.
I'm trying to understand the situation. So to make sure I have my mind here wrapped around it. You're saying like so she flirts with him, right? And she gets an extension, but the extension comes with fees. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it doesn't because you're saying that she got some kind of goods or service. Yeah. So there's no difference in the financial transaction between the two. There's no grace that he gave her on like I'm raving something. No, there's not. You still owe the person $500.
No. But a week later. But she's going to get it a week later. That's a service.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's not a service.
Of course, because she can't pay now. If she's going to get evicted otherwise, right? And he's like, well, I'm not going to evict you.
No, her eviction is usually it's like when you haven't paid rent in 3 months.
Just like, hold on, just work this. Let's say it's her last.
No, I'm just making the situation as simple as possible, and I'm trying to remove all of these other complexities that you might add.
I'm not adding. Look, the rent is due. Rent is due. Come on, there's got to be consequences. There's got to be a consequence otherwise, right? Rent is due.
There doesn't have to be a consequence. That doesn't. I can have a contract with somebody. Hey, yo, pay me $500 every month, and then you can't pay, and I'm like, fuck. All right, pay me in 2 days when you get paid.
All right, let's just change the situation to make it even simpler, right? Because goddamn, you're a slippery eel. Right, like you're desperately trying to scream away from this L, but don't worry, the L is coming for you.
This is you.
It's already
Mr.
there.
Prorated rate.
Mr.
They prorate the rate.
Overnight shipping straight to you. Just for you, friend.
You would argue that they prorate the rate.
No, sorry. No, I made a mistake there. No, I didn't make a mistake in my description. So I
that was a mistake. That was terrible. No, keep going.
All right.
I want more else.
So.
Actually, hold on. We want to give a shout out to Bong and stuff for paying Prime for the sex work that he's been doing on stream right now. Bong and staff got aroused and he sent you a payment. Therefore,
financial transactions now have a ticket. Hey, I did intend to arouse you, right? Like, what do you think I wear these dark shirts for, right? I my camera's brighter than it usually is. I did intend to arouse you. I wanted payment, so thank you. Hype train incoming. One more person. We need one more person. Thank you. Was Esero and bogging stuff. Esero, thank you for another sub. We need one other person to help us out, either gift bits or gift subs, right? Or resub. If you got a resub, you got a sub now, consider resubbing. You got Amazon Prime Gaming. Get us a sub start on a hype train. But we need one other person. Consider helping us out if you've enjoyed this content so far. We're on an ad break, unfortunately, but most of you should have subs at this point already. So I don't know, someone gift a sub. And we can start a hype train. So consider helping us out. Subs to channel, gift bits or gift subs. Almost all of you have a sub at this point, so like but so consider helping us out, okay? So back to it. He calls himself the hype train. Did I call myself the hype train? I didn't call myself.
I don't know.
I didn't call myself a hype train. I'm saying to get a hype train, we need one other person to assist us. In which way? So I don't know. You have sex with a person because of a meal. Like, I don't know, man. Like because you wanted to get a meal, right? Like and you didn't get the meal. You thought like they were gonna, like, if I had sex with this person, right? Like a man, like okay, like he knows
I'm
this
just
woman.
seeing Maj.
He knows this woman is attracted to him, right? And he decides to. Oh, Majin, thank you, Majin. Thank you for being a real one. And helping us out, getting us started for a hype train. It's really kind of you, Majin. So we have limited time to earn exclusive emotes in this hype train. I got you, my boy. Yeah, thank you. We are level 1 hype train. Help us get to a level 2 hype train. They changed up the hype train. The hype trains look different. I don't know if they're doing a special or something now, but the hype train animation looks completely different now. Hey, SRO, thank you for kindly giving another sub. We're at 70% of a hype train. Level 1 hype train. Help us get to level 2 hype train. Sub to channel, get bits or give subs. To level up. Use resub as also counts, and I know you got a lot of subs out there, so consider resubbing, supporting the channel, because for us to continue to provide you this content really does help a lot. So help us get to a level 2 hype train, if that's a possibility. Subs channel, or resub or gifted bits. Okay, so yeah,
Majin agrees with me, right? I haven't talked to him at all. I'm pretty sure he's gonna agree with me on this.
That's fine. But so if so there's a guy, he seems a girl. You know she's interested in him, right? So he flirts with her, right? And she'll know she's a great cook, and he's hoping that she'll cook for him afterwards. But she's like, nah, that was great, but you gotta get out of here, buddy. Right? Sends him out, doesn't get that good services or money. Sex work still happened. He titillated her for the purpose of remuneration. That's sex work. It was his intention, not her intention, to receive the sex work, but his intention to give it. So he performed sex work.
Wait, say the situation again.
Sure. A man, like talks to a woman, right? So a woman he knows is interested in him, right? And he does the whole rip shirt thing, right? Like showing his pecs or whatever the fuck, right? And he flirts with her shamelessly. Because he knows she's a fantastic cook, right? And he wants her cooking, and he feels like this is the easiest way to get it, is to sleep with her. He does sleep with her, but afterwards, she's like, all right, buddy, you gotta go. And there's no baked goods are exchanged, right? He failed in getting the remuneration, but that doesn't mean sex work doesn't happen.
No sex work happened. There was definitely no sex work. It was what you just said.
Oh, we just have to agree to disagree.
Nah. Sex work is a consensual exchange from both parties, exchanging goods for some sexual favor. For sure.
Okay.
There's no one-sided sex work.
Okay, how about this, right? You produce porn. Porn is sex work, would you say?
Porn is sex work? Yes.
Okay, porn is sex work.
Because they're consensually both.
Sure.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Porn is sex work. Okay. Hold on. But the remuneration, so like let's say like the sex work is just a woman like and she's masturbating, right? She filmed it herself, she put it out there, right? And she's hoping for someone to buy, right? She puts it on OnlyFans, and no one ever buys her OnlyFans. Or
if a tree falls in the forest.
Or yeah, right. Like, or maybe she puts it on DVD, right? And she's like she's hoping to sell it, right? And no one ever buys it. Did she perform sex work?
Okay, all right. This is a good thing. You brought up a scenario that doesn't immediately involve two people.
Yeah.
In those scenarios,
and how
I can understand when you
train. But go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, substitution on give bits of good subs or resub. Help us get to a level 2 hype train. Hey, clearly crystal clear. I always get tongue tied with that one, but hope you're doing well, friend. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think in a situation that only involves one person, it's reasonable to say what that person's intent is. If it's a situation that immediately involves two people, I think the consent of both parties is what's important. Mm-hmm. So if you say, like 98% of OnlyFans girls that are putting out content to themselves with no followers, that is still sex work because they're intending to create an industry and profit from their sexual behavior. And yes, so it's a one-sided sex work situation.
One-sided sex work exists. A person can do it independently.
If there's no other immediate person involved, yes.
Okay, yeah. And what if she had burned it to a DVD, right? And was going to give it to a coworker for I don't know, for something, for or her boss or something. I don't know, for some sort of for a raise.
Then that's an HR violation.
That's indeed an HR violation.
She's probably gonna get fired. She's probably going to get fired.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Yeah, she's 100%. She's probably going to, but whatever, right? She's an idiot, right? she makes physical evidence of this, and she brings it to a DVD, and she gives it to her boss, right? Her boss told her she'd get a raise if she had done this for him, but he doesn't give her the raise. But sex work done. She created the porn. And there was agreed upon price, but no remuneration was given.
I'm sorry, I was responding. You said she okay. She did a one-sided act. So understand that two people eventually become involved, but this is why I use the word immediate because I'm smart. I knew what you were gonna do 10 minutes ago.
No, I said the very start. So I said
no. You said she wants to get a raise.
No, and he agreed, right? He said,
I missed part of this. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I said he agrees. He says like if you give me this DVD of you masturbating, I'll give you a raise, but then doesn't follow through. Was sex work done?
Yes, because both of the people involved immediately agree for an exchange of sexual favor for goods. Whether or not he's a liar doesn't change the fact that they both agreed to a contract.
Oh, we're so close. We're so close, right?
No, I'm stuck by my definition the whole time.
Yeah,
if both people are aware of what's happening,
you've been misunderstanding my definition the entire time as well.
No, I understand your definition. I just disagree with it. I think you disagree with it.
Then you've been actively misstating my definition for a long goddamn time.
I told you I understood it. I just disagree with it. That's why I brought up the example of me walking up to a woman in pain.
And then every time I gave you an opportunity to state what I actually believe, you kept getting it wrong. Okay.
No. What did I say earlier? I said I'm an equal opportunity person with your definition. So if you're going to say her intent matters, I'm going to say, and his intent doesn't. I'm going to say his intent matters and her intent doesn't. So if we walk up to random women and just hand them cash,
no, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say one sex with another. See, you did it again just now. You purposely misunderstanding my definition. It's not.
So, hold on.
It's not a gender thing at all. Stop saying that. Not gendered.
If a man walks into a bar looking for love, and there's a woman inside that says, "Oh, he's a simp. I'm gonna have sex with him and try to extract money out of him.
Yeah.
And that's the purpose that she does going into this act.
Yeah.
Was there sex work committed? Your answer is yes.
Yes.
Because you're saying her intent matters and his intent doesn't.
I'm saying, but reverse the situation. That a man could have could be at the bar, right? A woman could walk in and she's like clearly lonely and desperate, right? He smells it off of her, and so yes, he in that case is the one doing the sex work.
No. But you're drawing a parallel, and I'm doing the opposite. That's the difference. You're switching the roles. You're switching the sexes of the people out. I'm switching the scenario out.
Okay.
When I'm doing the caricature of your position, I'm saying the other person knows, and the giver doesn't. That's just as ridiculous to me as what you're saying. I'm trying to show you how ridiculous what you're saying is. The giver
doesn't? I mean, I don't understand. Like,
you're saying because she's giving out the sexual activity, her intent matters.
Yes.
I'm saying the consumer of it is more important, and what they say matters. So that's the opposite of your scenario. I'm saying both of those are equally ridiculous. And I only brought that up to show you how ridiculous your
I didn't
stance
understand,
is.
but then could you repeat it? Because I didn't understand that. Maybe I missed something.
All right. The bar situation that you brought up, the giver is the woman, the consumer is the man.
Yeah.
And you're saying the giver's intent is what matters.
Yep.
I'm saying that's ridiculous and crazy because I think there has to be a consensual commitment from both of them.
But you haven't.
So what I'm saying is just as ridiculous as saying the giver's consent matters and the consumer's consent
You haven't
doesn't.
illustrated how it's ridiculous, though. I thought you were going to say
I
something
am.
there.
I that's what I'm doing now.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing now. Because it, to me, it's as coherent as the receiver's intent matters and not the giver's.
Yeah,
so when the man leaves $40 on the thing and says, "I appreciate that sex work last night," even though she had no thoughts that she was going to be paid for the activity that she did, just like he had no thoughts that she wanted monetary gain from the activity that they did. Both of these puzzled people that didn't commit to sex work, saying that they participated in an act of sex work, removes their agency. And I'm saying that you have to have agency in sex work.
There
Both
is
parties.
agency. No, there is agency.
No, there isn't.
No, giver.
They don't know. They don't know what they're committing to. If you're saying they committed to something that they didn't sign up for,
I didn't say there was a commitment. I never said there was a commitment. Yeah, there's no commitment involved.
Agency and commitment are synonymous in this.
I'm saying that the only person that needs agency is the giver, the receiver.
And I'm saying that's ridiculous.
The receiver, the work is defined.
So what you're saying is, you think it would be fair to say, I went to a bar last night and I got bamboozled by a woman, and I thought she was in it for love, but she was really looking for money. You think it'd be fair to go post on Twitter the next day and say, Gambit had sex work with a woman last night, or I don't know how to phrase this. This to make sense.
I understand. So,
you think that's reasonable?
I think it's accurate. I think it's not the way people are used to hearing. No, no. Listen, I think that's not the way people, just like you, are pushing back on this, right? I think people aren't used to hearing it put in those words. But that's what happens. That's an accurate description of the situation, right? You'll say that, like, she used me for my money. You might call her a gold digger, but all you're saying is that she was a sex worker. That's it. That's all you're saying.
No, I'm not. I'm specifically not saying.
Yeah, well, I know you're not saying, because you disagree with me. But I'm saying that's what the equivalent is. But okay, look, I don't know if we can. We've tried, and it doesn't seem like we're gonna come to a.
No, I think the chat knows stuff.
It's okay if other people are wrong. I accept other people.
It's the quid pro quo that matters. Exactly.
Nope.
Exactly.
But
if there's no quid pro quo, there's no crime. There's no crime. There's no crime. This for that. This for that. No. Say it with me. This
in Europe,
For that.
in Europe, sex work is legal. Prostitution is legal, so it's not even a crime. But any which way, but you've already admitted that there's one-way sex
No,
work.
I was saying that with his quid
You've
pro quo.
already-
but go
if
ahead.
there's a cam worker, a cam girl, right, and she's like on cam, like doing stuff to herself, right, like sticking
That's
a
one
dildo or
sided.
whatever the
There's
fuck,
not two
right?
people involved.
Yeah, I know. And so you admit that there's one-sided sex work. You admit it right there. It's a
No.
possibility. 100%.
Let's be clear. I admit that there are sex work activities that can only involve one individual. But that doesn't mean that when there's two individuals involved, that dynamic doesn't change.
Yeah. Well, look, it's fine. It's fine. We just agree to disagree. You agree to be wrong. Like the L is for you. The L is for you.
It's for you, bro.
The L.
It's for you. This is yours, bro. Matter of fact, hold on. Somebody, what is it? Exclamation mark mail? Yeah, I got you, bro. It's on the way. It's on the way, bro. You'll have me soon, bro. I got it. It'll probably be there before Christmas. It'll probably be there. Yo, listen.
Yo,
If
that'd
you
be
in chat,
wild.
listen. Hold on, let me get my closing. All right. This would warm my heart. If you would print out an L and send it to Prime for Christmas, it literally will warm it almost be sex work. If you print out an L and just mail it to him for Christmas, this would be absolutely phenomenal. I would absolutely love it. I think he would be overjoyed to see all of the mail coming in for Christmas, and you all should definitely do it. So
Okay.
definitely exclamation mark mail in Prime's Twitch chat if you're watching this later, and you can mail him an L for Christmas.
All right. Episode. Okay. So.
Oh man, is this like an open-ended invitation for sex work that you have here? Since you're saying especially money, you're being so if somebody sends you porn, you were party to sex work.
You don't
because
have
you're
to be a
asking-
party to anything. Not to be, I mean, like you can
Oh
be.
no, never mind. I'm thinking about the opposite scenario. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right. Anyway.
It was one of those prorated things.
Yeah, I was wrong on that. I described that incorrectly. I did describe that part incorrectly. That part I accept, right? See, when I'm wrong, I can easily accept it.
Yeah, when I'm wrong, I can say. Did I not say?
it was
Did I not say I was
Jay-Z's
wrong about coercion? Did I
Okay,
not?
great. But even then, you can barely admit it. You're like, oh, I can still fight this. No, you were dead wrong.
I literally
You were
said I
dead
have
wrong.
an L. I did not barely admit it.
Okay, all
I
right.
said it's the first time in the
Okay.
history of our
Okay.
friendship that I've taken an
Okay,
L.
which is not true. We've had many L's I delivered.
Never.
Endless-
Never.
endless
Never.
conga-
No.
like a 100 L gangbang, right? 100 L orgy, a conga line of L.
You just check your mail. You just check your mail. That's all I want. You check your mail, bro.
Okay, all right. Well, this was did you notice that Discord made a change? That like when you react to a like in your DMs, like if you react to something, like like you put like a check mark or 100%, then it has a notice for that. Did you notice that?
A notice.
Yeah.
What do you mean a notice? I just reacted to one of your.
Yeah, but
One of
the
your
other
lists.
person has to react. So hold on. I gotta react to something that you sent. So let me see. I react Palestine. See
You
it?
mean on like a phone notification or what?
Yeah, like a desktop notification. Do you get desktop notifications for your DMs?
Oh, no problem.
Okay, we got that turned off then. Yeah.
yeah.
But-
on my computer?
Yeah. Desktop
Oh, you mean on my
notifications.
phone?
I don't know if it shows up with the phone, but I know on desktop you have desktop notifications turned on. How the reactions show up along with the. It doesn't matter. I thought you. I guess you haven't seen it yet. It's fine. If you have desktop notifications turned off, you're not going to see it.
Gotcha.
But any which way, it was a long, hard day of kicking Gambit's ass up and down here.
Definitely not.
It's cool. Oh, that's cool. But this was a lot of fun. And I think we didn't have a big audience, but I do appreciate the people who did come through. And I appreciate the hype train that we had. Thanks for people who assisted with that. I will send you out. You guys can take your time and consider this L, right? Like, and think about like how badly Gambit was beaten. And embarrassed. But it's okay. Like, there's still love.
Oh, I know who you should rate.
Oh, okay.
You already rated the Titty Streamer?
I stopped, but oh. I
You
was
should
about to do
rate
this.
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant? Okay. Let's see if we can find him.
I haven't talked to him in years.
Yeah, same here. Here you go. Guess he's just starting.
Oh.
Um,
I don't know.
but